All right, we're ready to start our second panel of the day, which is working with AI. I'm pleased to introduce our esteemed panelists. My good friend Adam Curry, an inventor and tech entrepreneur with a background in consciousness research. You should really ask him about some of the things he's been doing. Adam is the creator of Bluon, the leading AI and data platform for the trades, and is a founder or advisor to several other growth stage companies. He's been featured on the Telepathy tapes, which will be broadcast soon, I believe, the Discovery Channel, and numerous documentaries. Senator Jeff Golden serves as Oregon's District 3 Senator since 2018. Senator Golden, already.
Yeah, it's good. I should quit here.
Yeah, right. Has spent over 3 decades shaping policy, media, and community development in Oregon. His political career spans roles as Jackson County Commissioner and Environmental Policy Aide, complemented by his time hosting the daily NPR radio show, The Jefferson Exchange, and immense possibilities on PBS television. With a commitment to sustainability and public service, Senator Golden's work reflects a lifelong dedication to enacting meaningful change in Oregon communities. Heather Stafford's bio has been lost.
We heard it.
Oh, here we go. We're going to do it again because Heather is a repeat offender here. Heather, as we know, by way of reminder, serves as CEO Executive Director of the Rogue Workforce Partnership, Southern Oregon's Workforce Investment Board. She leads initiatives to bridge the skills gap, foster economic growth, and improve local employability. A strong advocate for tech-enabled solutions and policies supporting underserved populations, Heather plays a key role in shaping workforce development at state and national levels. And Marta Torrance. Marta is the Regional Development Officer with Business Oregon, serving Jackson and Josephine counties. Passionate about connecting people to resources, she is involved in local nonprofit boards focused on downtown revitalization and rural economic growth. Marta's public service career began with a civil rights fellowship through PSU after earning her MBA from Willamette University, where she studied management across public, government, and nonprofit sectors. So I'd like to kick things off with a question to any of you fine panelists. AI may not replace people, but people with AI will replace people without AI. That's a disruption that's going to happen. As AI shifts the workplace from replacing tasks to enhancing human performance, or as Kim yesterday said, amplified intelligence, how can organizations manage the short-term disruptions while building a long-term strategy for empowered AI-augmented workforces? Again, a real easy question to start off with. Marta, why don't you kick us off here?
Oh, goodness. Okay. Hi. Good morning. I brought a little show and tell example. I work for a state agency, and as we know, the government is not always the first one to jump on new technologies. But I'm very proud to be with an agency that is committed to investing in Oregonians' prosperity. I have an example. A part of what we do is we help companies that are out of the state or out of the country, and Oregon companies look at various sites in Oregon to see where they can locate. So in 2022, we partnered with a publisher to have a magazine that featured all of the communities that wanted to be featured for a subsidized fee in the Oregon Site Selection Featured magazine. In 2022, this was the gold standard. This was the best practice of what you wanted to put in front of a site selector at a gathering of consultants. Often they're known as site eliminators. They want to look at what's out there and just make it an easy no on a majority of sites before you get them in your state to wine, dine them, and court them with cool industrial sites. Well, fast forward to September 2024, I went to the International Economic Development Council conference in Denver, and this is almost becoming a thing of the past. It is a swag you're trying to get rid of, really, sometimes. They are showcasing tools where you have a chatbot that thinks like a site selector or a site eliminator. It is asking you all of these crucial questions. So while I know the site selector consultancy industry is not going to go out of business, a lot of processes that touch how we advertise services or a state as a destination, that's changing. So we have the opportunity in the public and private sector to lead this and prepare for this, because the writing has been on the wall for some time. As Heather said, the jobs are changing. In fact, the state of Oregon has the State AI Advisory Council right now working on some recommendations and an action plan to present to Governor Kotek on how we can implement this technology to make sure the quality of services Oregonians are getting is top-notch, but also to make sure we're being as efficient as possible as the state. So being ready for it and actually listening to all of the people who are saying that it's here, that's how we prepare for it.
We going down the line?
Sure.
So I have a bit of a list because I'm quite close to workforce, but the first thing I think that I have is just learn, learn, learn. Be vulnerable, ask questions, learn. I said enough of that, but pay attention, invest in tools, try things out. If you run an organization, I would also say take a happiness census of your people. What, in their job description, how much of what they do is automatable and how much brings them actual fulfillment and joy and where they feel like they're productive and creative. So if you can automate that and take a census and build some tools that are easily automated, do it. And it will be messy. And I would say to channel my sort of inner entrepreneur and channel investors, fail fast and fail forward. Failure doesn't really exist. It's really iteration. I don't even think we should use the term failure anymore. But yeah, know your organization, know your team, know what you're trying to do, and know which parts of it are low-hanging fruit for automation. And it's make a mess, play in the sandbox. There's open source stuff, it's Wild West, like find some tools, get to know how they work, and get comfortable using them.
Well, first of all, Paul, I would like to thank folks for inviting me to participate today, especially Jordan, who called me some time ago. I did think at the time, are you sure? Because my guess is there are few, if any, people in this room who know less about artificial intelligence than I do. And I was a little bit nervous. I see somebody shaking their head there. I'll compete with you about who knows the least. And Paul, you really helped me out last night in your opening comments when you said this conference is much more about producing questions and answers, because I have a whole lot of the first and almost none of the second. But I'm going to pivot from your question to something else, which is a skill we politicians develop. Because I have thought about it, how I might be able to add some value this morning. And that's getting into some of what's government's role going to be here, and that's one of the primary questions. And for sure, government's going to have a role. There are a few people who say, stay out of it, no regulation, we, the free market, and all of us smart folks will figure this out. There's not a lot of history that supports that, and even people who don't like government, and there are a lot of them, kind of fall back on us when there are these irresolvable, really difficult conflicts to draw lines and try to deliberate, what should and shouldn't be allowed. So we know that we're going to be in, and we're in the very early stages. And some say, well, we're starting out where there's no consensus at all on all this. And I would say there is consensus. I think the consensus is something like, I'm in for regulation that forbids or constrains false and damaging speech and messaging, as long as I'm the one who gets to decide what's false and damaging speech, right? So, and our record so far isn't encouraging in government when you look at the social media battle of the last few years, especially turbocharged during the pandemic. There's not a lot of reason to think that government's going to solve this. I'd love to be able to say to you, we got this, just go back to your work and research and we'll take care of it. But we're going to try. And what I'd like to do, Paul, is mention a couple of pieces of legislation that have already happened or in the works, and then maybe in the second round talk about the big bill this session that I think really gets to the questions. And it also has an opportunity for people who want to participate in a coming commission, state commission, on all of this. The first bill that I'm aware of was last year when that required disclosure of the use of AI in any messages involved with politics, campaigns, candidate races, issue races. Basically, the deepfake advances in video and audio is worrisome to almost everybody paying attention. It freaks politicians out to see themselves on the screen absolutely credibly saying things that are completely the opposite of what they believe. We don't know what to do with that. So a bill last year required disclosure. AI has been used in the production of this message. And that hasn't fully hit the ground yet. It probably will in next year's election. There's another bill I just heard about this week over in the House. I'm in the Senate, and we're at a point in the session where we don't know quite what the other chamber is doing. Apparently, I was visited by a delegation of realtors this week, and they're concerned about a bill in progress, not sure it'll pass at all, that forbids the use of AI algorithms for producing a fair market price for rentals. So I suppose landlords and property management firms use this and say, describe a rental that's available. What's the fair market price for this? And the concern is that that will lead to collusion. It'll spit out, that's $1,800, that's the fair price. And that all landlords will use that and there won't be competition. I will say I don't quite understand that would be the case, and it's one of the ways in which I think there might be some ungrounded fear, but I need to learn more. I think I'd like to leave it there, and if I have an opportunity to come back, Paul, I'd really like to talk about House Bill 3592, which is the biggest cut that state government has made so far that has the opportunity for the involvement of people who are interested.
It's very nice to hear a politician pivot towards legislation and not away. Adam, would you like to enlighten us with your view on AI in the workplace since you're involved in startups?
Sure. Regarding the role of AI in disruption to organizations, I'm reminded of the Chinese parable of the dragon. And it goes like this. Ignore the dragon, and it will eat you. Fight the dragon, and it will defeat you. But learn to ride the dragon, and you can wield its power and might. And the same is true for organizations and AI. If you ignore it, it will eat you. If you try to resist it, it's really quite futile. But if you learn to embrace these tools, you can transform your organizations. This is particularly true for companies. If you tool up with an AI solution and it makes your employees 2 times more productive, there is and will be a tendency to reduce your workforce so that you can achieve the same productivity and improve your short-term P&L statement and balance sheet. However, a company or organization who invests in those existing human resources will over time have 2x the productivity of the organization or the company that cut their staff. And so the temptation will be to think in terms of short-term gains, quarterly statements and that kind of thing. But I feel like the real winners are those that have a longer time horizon and can see that productivity amplifying tools in the hands of their employees or assistants is going to be the thing that wins the day for them. So I suppose I offer a prescription in 2 parts. 1, ride the dragon, and to expand your time horizon.
Jeff, I believe you referred to House Bill 932 earlier today. Would you like to come back to that?
That's good facilitating. Thank you, Paul. Actually, it's House Bill 3592. It's in the House now. It's in the Joint Committee on, I think, Information Technology. And it creates, this will take 3 or 4 minutes. I want to, it kind of bundles the questions that I think are surrounding this conference. It creates the Oregon Commission on Artificial Intelligence. And here's the charge of this commission. Here's the things that we want it to do. Conduct a literature review of public policy issues around the use of artificial intelligence technologies. And I got to say, I really like that, because so many times we have a dilemma here in state government. We create a new commission as if nobody else has the same dilemma. But this obviously is a national debate and conversation that's going on. And I'd like to steal the best stuff out there already. So let's start by an inventory of what's going on, which we often don't do in state government. Conduct a review of existing protections under federal, state, and local laws of individuals' data and privacy rights, civil rights, intellectual property rights, and safety, and how federal, state, and local laws that apply to artificial intelligence technologies align, differ, or interact. Identify uses of AI systems that present or create a high risk to individuals. Identify opportunities to support or promote innovation in AI technologies through the use of grants and incentives. Provide recommendations on appropriate uses and limitations, of course. Identify current and future economic opportunities that are available in this state and policies to maximize those opportunities. Identify impacts from the use of artificial intelligence systems on privacy interests of individuals in the state and what policies are needed to protect individual privacy. Identify impacts from the use of artificial intelligence systems on jobs and incomes in the state, policies needed to protect jobs and income from adverse effects. Review the state of education in this state around the uses of AI at the primary, secondary, and post-secondary levels. Identify at what level of education different subjects that incorporate information about AI, including ethics, are taught. Provide recommendations relating to industry-wide standards. Conduct a review around issues of unlawful discrimination. Provide recommendations on prioritizing transparency to improve the understanding of the behavior and functional components of AI. So if you know the answer to all those questions, we want you on this commission. And there's an opportunity here. This will be a 14-member commission, and appointed by the governor. None of that will happen until and unless the law passes, but I'm going to tell you how to pursue that if you have an interest. 14 members, 3 members who represent business leagues, including trade or professional associations, 3 members who represent workers, including from organized labor and trade or professional associations, 1 member who represents consumer advocacy groups, 1 member who represents public universities or community colleges, 1 member who represents the education system from early learning through high school, 1 member who represents communities that are disproportionately vulnerable to being harmed by algorithmic bias, 1 member who has expertise in technological ethics, 1 member who has expertise in privacy and data protection, 1 member who represents public safety, 1 member who represents tribal governments, and 3 non-voting members, the Attorney General, Commissioner of Bureau and Labor, and the Chief Artificial Intelligence Officer or their designee. Now, if that interests you, again, nothing's going to happen for a while, but you can go to Oregon.gov and be easily led. Does anybody here use computers? Good, okay, if you do. Oregon.gov, and you can easily get to the governor's board and commissions page and just send a message. The bill is 3592, saying if it passes, you'd like to be informed and know more and possibly participate. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Something occurred to me actually from the last panel and even from last night that I want to share about workforce investment. I think the we talked about systems and policies and, kind of macro level stuff. But for an individual, it was really something that Ian said in the last panel, which is you can race to your A- and get there. And the A- doesn't mean much, and the degree doesn't mean much anymore, especially going forward, if you don't have the requisite skills that you were supposed to be learning along the way, right? This is about value, and I think the more value you can create within your own self and really anchor this stuff in and do that hard work, that neuroplasticity work to learn you're gonna take it anywhere. You'll take it in any of those 13 different career opportunities that you end up in, and you'll be better off for it. So it reminded me of the sort of tortoise and the hare, and I have a 5-year-old, so tortoise and the hare. The hare just breezed by and was like, "Oh, great! I got to my checkpoint, and I'm good. I'm going to win." And obviously the tortoise won that race. And take the time, learn it, let it sink in, and you'll be more valuable wherever you are, in whatever organization, whatever changes come your way.
On the second question?
Sure. Or go free form.
Free form. Okay, so I went to a liberal arts college in the 2010s, so of course I brought a quote. One of my favorite quotes that I used to be nervous around mentioning around my economic development colleagues was, in the future factory, or in the factory of the future, there will be machines, a man, and a dog. The man will be there to feed the dog will be there to keep the man from touching anything. And this is from the 70s or 80s. I traced the origins of this quote back to the discussions of technological improvements in postal sorting warehouses, I think in Great Britain or in the US. And so yesterday, when our MC talked about, hey, does AI scare you? I really feel like that's the equivalent of asking high school students in the 1980s whether the new TI, Texas Instruments calculator, is going to scare them. The calculator is not the scary thing. The bully that's going to take it from you and write some mean words in there about something that happened last year, that's the fear. So the technology is here to empower us. Perhaps that's a really rudimentary comparison to the graphing calculator, but I really hope that in 50 years, whatever technological advances we reach, and I hope to be around then, they will make the AI revolution today look like what graphing calculators being introduced in the 80s look like to us today. Free form.
Thank you. Yesterday, Cynthia talked with great passion about corruptors and exploiters. So I'd like to pick up that thread today. With the promise of AI-enhanced capabilities, what strategies and policies can ensure that the benefits of this technology are democratically accessible to all people rather than concentrated in the hands of a few dominant corporations who rhyme with Lugal and Microsoft?
As the founder of Lugal, I take offense. This is a tough one because we want to do something practical and we can seem like we're very disempowered to provide some sort of resistance to the centralizing forces of our world. But look at what Microsoft does in universities. They figured something out. They spend a significant amount of their money and time donating equipment, software, computers to schools and universities. It's not just because they're benevolent. It's because when a human begins to learn a tool and becomes familiar with the tool, they tend to keep using that tool throughout their careers. There's a macro level change with respect to how we are sourcing information on the internet. It used to be that to get information on the internet, you would ask a search engine, and the search engine would give you results, and it was up to you to filter through the results and to build some sort of cohesive tapestry of an answer through the websites that you browse. Increasingly, people are asking ChatGPT or one of 4 or 5 AI tools for information and relegating a lot of their sourcing and thinking to the AI. And I think that's good and bad for obvious reasons. The side of the double-edged sword that's facing your nose is that it makes control of information and thinking much easier on behalf of corporations and big government. And that is the risk. So you could perhaps reframe the conversation, or reframe the question and say, what can we do about the already existent concentration of consciousness shaping tools out there? And the reason I bring up Microsoft and the strategy of bringing their tools into classrooms early is because we do have open source AI alternatives. They're not quite as popular, but they're not unpopular either. And perhaps one strategy that can be employed as educators is to introduce open source AI tools to your students, and to resist the urge to only teach from ChatGPT or only teach from Claude or et cetera. And to include in your program a wide enough exposure to how to run these things yourselves and how to build open source AI tools. I think that's probably the best sort of decentralized immune system to the centralizing impulse that it's always going to be with us surrounding these technologies.
I want to build a little bit on that for a moment. It seems like one of the really challenging things we're going to have to do to try to get to the kind of end state that you're sort of suggesting, Paul, is revisit our systems and thinking about intellectual property. You know, we developed intellectual property rights protection because, as the public policy said, that's how we'll innovate. If you can develop good systems, if you're smart and do your R&D and develop good systems, you're going to succeed. And obviously, in this field, some people have succeeded beyond anyone's imagination. So it is a driver. Intellectual property rights is a driver of innovation. But it is also a barrier to full participation. So I think we're going to have a conversation about driving more of this evolving knowledge into open source somehow, which a lot of folks, I think the Lugals and Microsofts of the world aren't going to be very supportive of that. But it's hard to see the kind of polarization and different outcomes, vastly different outcomes for people, doing much about that under the current constraints of intellectual property law.
Mm-hmm.
So I date myself with this statement, but I am a early dot-com San Francisco kid and saw the dot-com boom and bust and worked in the tech industry. So there's a lot of things that look and feel very familiar, right? Back then, you had parks full of tech people with their Nokia phones and, you know, the startups and venture capital. And I worked with entrepreneurs and investors for a lot of years. And I believe that disruptions like this, to this magnitude, favor the nimble. And I think large corporations have been aware for a long time that they are fire blankets on innovation. When you get to a certain size as a company, you're less about inventing and less about, you know, prototyping and piloting, and you become much more about supply chains and logistics and operations, right? That becomes your superpower. But that's not nimble. So in some ways, these are almost like their own government institutions. And what I think is exciting is the open source component, and I'll make a weird parallel that might make sense to the slow food movement, slow money movement, slow productivity movement, in that small entrepreneurs are going to have, if they grit and they keep and they pursue, are going to have an outsized ability to win right now. And I think that's really exciting. And I really, really like that. And I would also say then behave accordingly, buy local, support those innovators that are doing this type of work, and don't look to the big corporations to solve things. And this won't last forever. So there's a window of time to be able to take advantage and innovate here. And one more thing I'll say just about, because in the workforce system, we work with maybe the most vulnerable of our populations, those that are not been well served by the economy that we currently live in. And I do think there will be a natural equalizing opportunity for people, especially from natural language components of AI, to be able to interact with these very complex systems and not have to know how to do 4, 6, 8-year degrees in coding and these barriers that were placed in front of people who come from a variety of backgrounds and ways of thinking and being. So I'm excited about that, but how do we, systems folks, adapt and make that a reality?
Thank you. I have a two-parter, and the first one will be borderline legalese, but I promise I won't bore you with it. And the second one will be about changing public perception. So my question, and I'm not a lawyer, is what does equal employment opportunity looks like in the age of AI? This is a personal prediction, not a Business Oregon prediction, but within 6 months or sooner, we're going to start seeing AI all over job descriptions. I want to make sure knowledge and fluency in AI-powered tools don't become another barrier to entrance to the workforce and the workplace. So, for example, I'm going to use RCC and SOU as an example. If a particular department or a program is not churning out prompt engineers, does the teaching assistant's job need to have a requirement for them to be fluent in AI, or should you mention that they can learn this on the job? And this is a total hypothetical. I want to make sure that just as with folks who are not able to lift up to 50 pounds every day, they can ask somebody to lift that once a month. So we have been adjusting job descriptions or internship descriptions and apprenticeship descriptions to make these opportunities more accessible for folks. I did not have a smartphone until my agency gave me one in 2014. That's, again, a very rudimentary example, but a lot of us learn from peers in our workplaces where we have our internships. So I really want small businesses and the Lugals alike not to place AI fluency on a pedestal unless it's absolutely required for that role, because we want to be able to play with these tools in workplaces that invest in them. So that was kind of the legalese wishful question. And the second, the second answer is, yesterday, Paul, you talked about how you are asking your employees to play with these tools and implement them. So let's change the public perception to where we support and elevate the stories of employers and schools and places where we gather that give folks an opportunity to level up with their knowledge of these tools, because within several years, yes, while it becomes an equalizer, that's very much important, we're going to see that also become possibly a very major advantage. And not having had access to these tools will be a disadvantage. So let's keep cheering on the entities that allow their employees, interns, their employees' kids, a chance to play with these tools that will help them be advancing in the future.
Thank you. I'd like to pick up, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Another place where I have a question, not an answer, but building off what Marta just said. I think perhaps the most important institution we have towards the goal of an economically just society where people have an opportunity to share in the state's prosperity is community colleges, which, by the way, we are drastically underfunding at the state level. And it's inspiring to see what they have done in a few general fields like construction and healthcare and manufacturing, in getting folks prepared, people who are ready to work, in about a year, sometimes 2 years, to enter those sectors with at livable wage positions. It's sort of a it's astonishing and wonderful and one of the pieces of good news that we should be investing more in. My question is, will there be an analog for artificial intelligence? Can we get to a place where, well, the education system generally, I focused on community colleges because they're most obviously doing this, can prepare people in a year for quality AI jobs? That's the question.
Thank you. Jeff, I'd like to pick up on what you mentioned about pricing collusion. How many people here have used or rented out Airbnb places? Okay. For those of you that have Airbnb rentals, you know that there's a pricing tool that you can use to optimize the pricing that you do. And I hadn't thought until you mentioned, Jeff, about how this can be perhaps an inadvertent collusion tool to standardize pricing. And if we have large companies that are largely directing the direction of AI, that is such an insidious, unseen collusion mechanism. Now, it's almost like remarketing online. You know, you go to a store online and look at shoes, and then you get bombarded by shoe ads after that. That's helpful to some degree, but it's also a little bit creepy, right? So how, when we use these tools that really help us, right? Especially if we're renting out an Airbnb rental, we want to maximize the price, and we don't really know what we can charge, so this tool is very helpful for us. So how do we balance our desire to get that most efficiency without surrendering some form of freedom in the form of perhaps unintentional price collusion? I'll just throw that out to the panel. Here we want an answer, not a question.
How about some skepticism? So I mentioned the realtors visited me last week, concerned about this program that is putting out an artificially intelligent objective price about what a rental should rent for. And they automatically thought, okay, well, this is a tool for collusion. You spit out a price on a given unit. Mostly this apparently is going to be used for apartments and multi-unit housing. My question is, okay, that's like if you're selling your house, you get a comparative market analysis. And I don't know if it's done by AI or human beings anymore, but here, 4 houses kind of like yours, and this helps you price your house. So this is kind of the same thing. So theoretically, there will be a optimal number produced by AI for a particular rental. But does that necessarily mean collusion? Or does the landlord say, okay, it says $2,000 for this apartment. I want to rent it fast. I'm going to go $1,850. Or I can hang on to it. I want to get a little more. It's a guidepost, but does it have really concerning implications? And I bring it up because I'm trying to ferret through what seems like well-grounded and less well-grounded concerns about AI.
Well, this, to me, is an obvious reflection on the growing divide between the haves and have-nots, right? And if those Airbnb folks and renters are filling their units at that price, the market's not course correcting, which it naturally is supposed to do, and you get increasing numbers of people who are going to experience houselessness and have to move and leave the state and, disrupt their families, disrupt their work. Like it's very complicated, and I don't envy your position at all, Senator, to have to wrestle with these things because, is that something you can regulate? Or does the market decide? And if there's so many people with means and wealth that can support these structures, then at some point, yes, we do, as a society, have to recognize this and step in. But who and how does that get paid for? They're big questions. So I'm sorry I don't have any answers, but it's going to exacerbate a problem that exists already.
When it comes to consumer protection or protection of residents or groups of folks, I see AI tools or AI-empowered tools, even those on the open source end of things, as an empowering tool. So if all of the landlords and property owners can come together, discuss this, have an algorithm spit something back out. I don't know how feasible it is, but it's not impossible. The tenants and those who are working on tenants' rights and advocating for them can also come together and find out how much folks are paying for something that's maybe subpar in Eugene, and how much are folks paying for a comparable subpar unit in Medford. And I'm using that term because housing has been on my mind a lot. Southern Oregon, for the most part, is a rent-burdened set of 2 counties. So every tool that can empower a group to set prices can empower a group to discuss what they're willing to pay, how they organize. There is a community alliance of tenants here in Oregon. And again, this is a MARTA thing. This is not a Business Oregon statement. But every tool that can empower one group can empower the one that's advocating for themselves right alongside.
Thank you. Last night, some of us had dinner at Brick Room. And Jeff, you raised the question of, is it fair to have AI screen resumes when hiring people? Is there a programmatic bias, which is something we're concerned about in AI with that? And is that greater or less than the bias that I may have as an individual? So I'd like to ask you folks, how do you feel about AI screeners before employment? Is that sort of memorializing biases, or is it helping us get past them, or both?
Evidently, it's both. There was, I think it was in 2018, Amazon rolled out a program to try to sift through resumes more quickly. And what they did is they took the submitted resumes of people they ended up hiring, and they trained a model on that. And the inbound resumes were compared to similarities of the resumes that had been, for which those people had been hired. And it turns out that the sample itself was biased. It was predominantly male submissions. So when, for example, a female candidate submitted an application with the word woman in it, like Women's Chess Club, Women in Technology, the model actually downgraded them because it was not a semantic match in vector space to the rest of the applicants that had been successful. Huge mistake, right? And they ended up bailing on the project completely. So this is a really good example of how it can be a very helpful tool, but man, you've got to get your priors right first. And really understand how these things work, because if you don't understand how these things work, you can end up building biases into your systems without even realizing it.
So that's what we have to consider now when we submit resumes, that we have semantic matches in vector space.
Maybe this is the right time to really reflect on how much of a mirror AI is to us. And if we don't like what we see, that changing the AI is one step, but changing ourselves is a better step. And it's hard to point the finger at ourselves, especially with large data sets that we're trying to make sense of, to be able to find our own bias. We haven't historically been great at that. And you know, I like what was said earlier. Like, if it doesn't currently know how to give us a full glass of wine, why don't we intentionally teach it what we mean, fill it with data, and let it understand, and maybe ask us questions to clarify. I'm bringing up everybody's quotes, but you know, let it interview us and let it clarify what we're actually asking for, because it might ask clarifying questions that illuminate some things in our own biases.
On the topic of biases, time and time again, human resume selectors have shown a propensity to select names that sound like the names that they grew up around, or names that sound like theirs, or names of the people that they spend most of their time around. Until we eliminate biases like that, and that's very difficult to control for, you would have to set up a question and answer field form that is dry technical, unless you're hiring for a very dry and technical job. And at some point, if you're eliminating all of the biases and you're controlling for that, you're going to be left with a very binary, a very Boolean variable, yes or no, sort of a set of fields. And I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying right now, the decisions on which we would be training those models are going to be very rife with all of the biases that the current generation of workforce and hiring managers and HR managers and founders and fellow workers are bringing with them. And I don't think we're there yet.
You raised a really good point, Adam, about how resumes screened by AI can pick out words that just aren't used a lot in an indifferent way, but thereby harming people that are somehow different. Also, though, if your company is screening resumes based on successful resumes of people that have worked in your company, you're not really leaning towards innovation. So if you're different in any way from the majority of people at that company, AI screening will almost absolutely downgrade you. Now, but as you mentioned, Heather, AI is a mirror of people, and we can change that. But again, the person, like I would tell my class at Pepperdine when we did resume workshops, not only does your resume need to have focus on accomplishments, but it needs to be visually easy to navigate, because employers may spend 10 seconds or less on a resume. Because when I'm looking at resumes, I'm not trying to find the superstar, I'm trying to call out the 90% of resumes I don't want to look at anymore. And I had a friend of mine from a branding agency, and I said, hey, John, is that true that people spend about 10 minutes or 10 seconds on a resume? He says, no, I cut out the first batch in 3 seconds. So even before you might get to that AI culling, there's that human looking at resumes that's as merciless. So it's, luckily now resumes are not used as much. It's LinkedIn, which is sort of an online resume. But not just with jobs, but with so many things in the future, we're going to be subjected to these very narrow biased filters. And yeah.
Can I add a little?
Yeah, please do, because I ran out of steam.
It's interesting, like, if I put a futuristic hat on, that how long will we be using resumes is probably not that long. And what do they tell us? Not that much. They tell you all the things that I think people are going to care much less about, and it's really hard to communicate yourself in a two-dimensional piece of paper with the rudimentary English language to explain something very vast and complex as human consciousness and ability, right? So it also, a similar thing happens in grant writing. So any nonprofits in here, or anyone who's written grants or in education, you can tell when someone's got a very savvy professional grant writer because their grants are great. But is the work really going to be great? And how do you know? How do we know? How do we start filtering for things that actually give us a measure of potential success and impact rather than just who figured out how to play the game and really well?
So back in the 80s, we were told that computers would usher in an age of leisure for all of us. They didn't anticipate that we would be online all the time and accessible to our bosses. Now we have AI, and we see that we can have these unbelievable gains in productivity. Whatever shall we do with all of our leisure time? Will AI give us more leisure time or just more work?
Well, we are having an AI conference on a Saturday, so I think for now the answer is no.
I think we're going to fill, if we gain 30%, we'll fill it. We'll fill it. It's our nature, and we should. So I don't think we're going to have a lot of extra time. I think we might have more enjoyable time with the work that we're doing, but I don't think we'll have leisure time, per se.
I guess I'm wondering here about the quality of the time that we'll have, because it seems not only are we busier and our lives more hectic with because of information, in the wake of the information revolution, but a lot of those tasks just aren't very fun. And so if I'm okay for working harder in the wake of AI, if it's quality, satisfying work, if it's worrying about, which file I missed and looking for it, not so much.
Anyone here a meditator? Wow. Okay, quite a few people. So there's kind of a funny progression of realization when you start meditating. When you begin, you realize that you're very much identified with the thoughts that happen in your head. And over time, you come to abstract your witnessing part a little bit more from the voice in your head and the thoughts that are constantly unfolding, the monkey mind, right? And you kind of, at least for me, realize that a lot of the thoughts that I'm having are just silly. It's easy to get wrapped up in them, but it's just noise. And I think that might be kind of true for an organization's activities. You get so wound up in the work that you're doing that you don't often take a step back, abstract yourself, and say, is this really moving the needle? So I think these productivity tools, these automation tools, can help us be honest with ourselves about what percentage of the effort that we put into something is just busy work, and what percentage is actually moving the needle. Is it 50%? Is it 10%? We haven't actually talked about the AI apocalypse at all so far in the last day or two, which is interesting because that usually is something that comes up. Will the machines take over? The word apocalypse in the Greek means unveiling. So it was more of a revelation of some disruptive truth. And perhaps the AI apocalypse is not the Terminator scenario, but it's a revelation about something about us. Is the effort that we spent our lives on really that meaningful in terms of driving human outcomes, in terms of driving happiness? Or could all of that have been automated away, leaving only the rarefied moments of what we'd really like to spend our time on? It's something to ask yourself.
It's a good point that we may or may not have more or less work, but what is the quality of that work we'll have? We talked somewhat yesterday about the disruptions that we're already seeing in the workplace, and there's no doubt about that. But it may not be the case that AI leads to complete unemployment for all of us, because we all have unique points of view. So let's talk a little bit about, once we get past this unveiling disruption that seems to be coming headlong at us, will we have opportunities for employment? And will employment change? For a while now, we've had the gig economy, where many of us don't have that one job. Or we heard earlier today, 13 careers in your life. So you're probably not going to get that Barca lounger and the watch that people used to get for retirement.
Or
But
13 Barca loungers.
13 Barca loungers, right. Right, in your Airbnb. So what will employment look like? Will it be one job, one company? Or will it be piecemeal gig things that you and your army of automated AI agents perform? Another easy question for you, panelists.
It's a great question.
So what you described does sound like the agentic economy they keep promising us. I don't think we're there yet. There are so many analog issues and socioeconomic factors that I see here in Southern Oregon that I know is not unique just to us. A lot of it is also evident on the East Coast. For example, Southern Oregon, Jackson, Josephine counties, has a higher per capita number of children and seniors living with disabilities than the statewide average. Right now, AI tools may empower those helping them, but the need for the individuals helping them on the front lines is not going away. And as some social factors are getting more problematic, the need for the individuals on the front line, I'm just going to isolate my comments to that rather than speak generally, that's not going away. The tools are here, but some of you have heard me say this at the RVAI lab that talked about natural resources several weeks back. There are so many analog barriers to AI being the panacea to a lot of these things. We need to keep focusing on the analog things first, and we have plenty of time and opportunities in the meanwhile.
So, try and always stay positive, but this just brings up a reality that I think we all need to wrestle with and face is, there's been a long commoditization of human labor and human thought and curating what we look at, what we watch, what we see, what we think, what we believe, how we behave, right? How do you manage massive population of people? How do you do that if you're sort of sitting in what you consider a managerial level for those people? So we really need to address the appetite that our society has for additional accumulation of wealth and power and control, because it gives a way outsized influence, and there's a really unfathomable amount of resources stacked into the hands of a very small amount of people. And I don't think, am I shocking anybody with this? I just feel like it's an elephant in the room, and I think we all feel somewhat helpless about when we think about just the scale of it. And I would say do your localized work anyway, and, do what you can do. But I just want to acknowledge that, right? That many years, many generations, I think, we've had this, I have to go to work instead of I get to go to work. So find ways to use get instead of have to. And don't should yourself out of, I should be doing this, I should be doing that. Don't should yourself out of opportunities to do what you really want to do. You'll find a way.
Gentlemen?
One of the practical uses of AI that we've deployed in our company is preserving the knowledge and experience of people as they exit their careers. There's a really big problem with a skilled labor gap. We used to have a mentorship and apprentice program in the United States that was how knowledge and experience was transferred from the older generations to the younger generations, and that kind of went away for a lot of reasons. And much of our world was built and maintained by people who are now retiring. And there wasn't until now any really good way of capturing that experience and bringing it into your organization to keep your organization running efficiently, and also as a training mechanism for incoming employees. And so, one thing that we can do is we can look at our own staff and we can say who has tribal knowledge that is absolutely invaluable. And you can, I'll spare you the details, but there's ways to extract that information from them and build an that sounds,
wow.
Oh gosh, okay.
That didn't sound super creepy
it doesn't
at all.
Sound, okay. Here's one way that we did it and or the orgs do it, and it doesn't involve brain implants. if you have support lines, for example, tech support lines, where your experienced people are answering calls, most of these calls are recorded for quality assurance. You can take those calls and you can have somebody transcribe them and build a little organization chatbot based on that. And so in the future, when those critical people retire, you have the ability to ask that chatbot how to do X, Y, Z. And it's actually really good at coming up with the answers and synthesizing the knowledge of your skilled people. Documents that are protocol documents in your organization, you can do the same thing with that. And so maybe as a way to provide a positive way of thinking
Sorry.
about these things, there's these practical things that you can do that can actually save your organization and protect the outgoing knowledge and experience and wisdom.
Well, I'll add another question to the pile, taking off of Heather's comments and invitation to do what you want to do with your life, both in conversations with younger people, and I try to have a lot of those, and with my peers who are moving into retirement or in early retirement. I'm struck by how many people say that they don't know what they want to do. Probably natural in a world as dynamic and changing. And my question, my curiosity is around how helpful AI is in, or could be, in answering that question for people.
That gets back to what Thor mentioned about having AI interview yourself
Yeah.
as like an individual mirror.
I do think in education we'll see a type of mentor, personal assistant bot that, you know, gets widely distributed for young people to not just answer that question, but to help them learn in a style that speaks to their natural way of thinking. And, you know, there's little bits and pieces of that, but I'm excited for that, right? To have a thought partner and someone who you don't have to wait until you go back to your next college class a week from now to ask a teacher a question or, you know, do an email. You can do a lot of that work on your own and learn as you go. And I think that might be the biggest, maybe existential crisis in education and systems and workforce development and economic development and all the things is that, you know, the more that we all do for ourselves, how do we, who tend to be kind of slower moving, how do we adjust appropriately and hang on because there's a lot of value there.
All right, in your respective fields, how do you see the greater adoption and integration of AI changing how your organization measures success?
I wrote this question, so I'll start. Business Oregon does a lot of things. We get rated based on our own performance, KPIs, key performance indicators, and we report on those to the Oregon legislature. We're funded with taxpayer dollars, but also lottery dollars. So one of the metrics on which we are evaluated is customer service. I look forward to my agency and hopefully other state agencies in the future adopting the chatbots for that immediate touch point when somebody has a question that maybe should be directed to a different state agency altogether, because that could improve the customer service and the user experience of folks dialing in. At the same time, continuing with the thought around authenticity that we talked about yesterday, the esteemed panel talked about yesterday. In my line of work, I often get phone calls from organizations in crisis. That is businesses as well as not-for-profits or local organizations where funding is critical and is an issue, and they could have a going concern issue coming up. I know that for those touch points, being able to be that human voice on the phone or being able to write a very human email behind which I can stand and say, no, this was not AI generated, that says at this point in time, maybe there are no grants available, but seek insight from your industry leaders or lawyer up, things like this, even though I can't give legal advice. Some interactions definitely need the human touch point. So I think the customer service metrics in the public sector and also in the private sector may start diverging a little bit. We may have different metrics for successful interactions that are AI facilitated versus the ones that are human facilitated. And another key performance indicator for us is job creation and retention in the state of Oregon. Micah yesterday on the panel said that job loss is inevitable. There are tools and incentives that various economic development organizations nationwide are trying to put in place to not make that a final statement, to where technology-led companies or companies implementing AI while putting in some efficiencies and streamlining processes, maybe they end up expanding other divisions to replace the job loss that may result from some tasks being taken on by AI. So job retention and job creation may look a little bit different, but we've had technological improvement and advances in the past, and Pacific Northwest has weathered it at times very well. So it will be really curious for me. And nationally, we have GDP. Everybody talks about GDP when we discuss how the economy is performing. There's also a subset of that data called the technology GDP. So we may learn a lot in the next couple of years, and I look forward to the next census as well that talks about where people are. The technology GDP is going to be the one metric I'm curious to keep tracking as AI and other technologies get implemented more.
For our organization, we have been doing our best to provide tools and automation, and I think for me as a leader to look at, so what does success look like is the question. And I think to step back and squash any compulsion I might have to micromanage, and to really set my team up and our community up with tools for success, and maybe make different investments, and then be able to, in a brand new way, AI is allowing us to track KPIs and track impact in more real time, and streamlining that process. Because, you know, for a lot of years, I mean, there have been workforce investments at the federal level since the mid-1800s, and they've gone through various forms and transmutations during that time. And you know, correlation doesn't mean causation. What is real impact of our specific work? Not just that the economy is growing or that more people have jobs, but what is our direct impact for that, and how can we use that for continuous improvement, right? How can we use that to make ourselves better and more impactful, and make sort of the middle part of our budgets and our funding as lean as possible, so that every dollar can get out to communities and to job seekers and to businesses to make our economies prosperous, right? That's the goal for us. So, you know, the better we can do that really comes from just data, being able to look at data. And there are really unprecedented ways for us to visualize and look at data, and we're doing it, and it's, you know, it's great.
I'm really glad you asked this question. You've nudged me into a place I haven't thought about before. Mm-hmm. I'm also grateful I didn't have to answer first. I'm a representative. My job is to represent about 150,000 Southern Oregonians in Salem. And you can have a long conversation about what representation means. You know, are you trying to exactly reflect the will of those 150,000 people, or are you also commissioned to make your best judgment on difficult issues where you're going to get a lot more input than your constituents have? And that's probably back since Aristotle, that's been a question. But it is really hard on the big issues to know what those 150,000 people mostly think. I think it's probably fair to say that District 3, this district, Southern Jackson County, probably has the most fragmented, diverse opinions of any district in the state. It's not an issue my colleagues who serve geographically small Portland districts have, or large Eastern Oregon districts have. Not everybody agrees, but there's a real thrust on things. That's not true in Southern Oregon. So what data do I have if I want to reflect people's views? It's very imperfect. I get inundated with emails, most of them form, the ones that you're sending when you click on an organization saying, tell Senator Golden he's got to do this or that on this bill. Some of them are individually written. But counting those, pro and con, are not going to tell me very much. And I go to town halls and I get different views, and it's really crude measurements. And I get angry people when I vote a way they don't like, saying I'm violating my responsibility to represent the people because I'm not doing what they want to do. So, a long way of getting to my curiosity about what AI could do to improve the quality of the input for me to be a better representative. It's more than just surveys. Are you yes or no on this proposal? It could have a more qualitative aspect to that. Is, you know, if I've got 60% of the folks feeling, yeah, not very strongly on one side, and 30% on just so passionate on the other side, what do I do with that? So could AI take on the sort of complex task of distilling and handing to its representatives how a district feels about particular issues?
So how do you measure success in light of these tools becoming widespread? I think for me, it has been measured by how we've found a way to use this stuff. The approach that I've taken is by making sure that every member of my team has the mandate to figure out how to make their own lives easier in their job. They all have company paid for AI accounts, and they're instructed to use it and to find a way to simplify things that I couldn't think about, other people couldn't think about in their job. And when they come back with having found something, that is a success. You could codify that into some KPI if you wanted, but because we're still all kind of figuring out what this is, how to use it, how it's going to shape the organization, just finding a leverage point, something that is a real application of this stuff, is itself successful. I think we all care about our colleagues, and we certainly care about our staff, and we want the best for them. We want to we see their skills and capabilities, and we want to see their talents be amplified, and making sure that they understand that these are tools that can help that, and that it's part of the new job description, I think, has gone a long way in my organization to maximizing these tools and figuring out how to use them.
Thanks, Adam. Couple of housekeeping notes. Please do visit our exhibitor tables here on the side of the room. And one last mention about the questions you've been diligently writing down. There is a box to accept them outside. Oh, audience question cards and audience feedback survey. Please put in boxes on the registration table outside. We are about to break for lunch, and we will reconvene at 1:30 with our Living with AI panel. So in this wonderful panel today, on a Saturday, in this apocalyptic AI panel, we've learned that the future may have machines, a man and woman and a dog, that we need to pivot away from backdoor pricing collusion, that failure doesn't exist because disruptions favor the nimble, and that we want to ride the AI dragon. Thank you. Okay, now we will have our Living with AI panel. Ian Ingram is back. He is the founder and CEO of Neuroven AI Consulting, a student and a new father. Riding on little sleep. Passionate educator already, and advocate for the safe deployment of AI technologies. He founded Neuroven to meet the rapidly increasing need for AI literacy and its strategic application in business. Ian believes we are at an unprecedented inflection point, which we've talked about a bit, and that the future is indeed ours to change, as Heather just mentioned in the context of human trafficking. AI technology is still in its infancy, but it's evolving at a rate that entire industries cannot keep up with. It's imperative that we have already started the conversation and that we keep it going right now, even, Marta, on Saturday. Representative Pam Marsh, now in her 5th term representing House District 5 in southern Jackson County, champions statewide housing policy as chair of the House Committee on Housing and Homelessness. She also serves on committees for climate, energy and environmental and agriculture, land use, water, and natural resources. Her legislative focus includes clean energy, wildfire recovery, near and dear to my heart being an Angeleno in Southern California, broadband expansion, and housing solutions. Thor Mueller is a lover of innovation, an AI strategist, and serial entrepreneur at the intersection of AI, startups, and global impact. He's the entrepreneur in residence at Mach 49, where he helps launch disruptive ventures. He's also the co-founder of the Rogue Valley AI Lab, a hub for AI research and development in Southern Oregon. He's also a New York Times best-selling author on innovation and serendipity in business.
Well done.
And once again, Teague Thorson, who is here with her parents today. Teague is a media innovator and digital storyteller who helps mission-driven organizations, the heroes of humanity's story, on their quests to create a better world. Teague equips change makers with the tools, strategies, and content they need to complete their missions while staying true to their values. With her AI as a partner, not a replacement, training program, she teaches organizations to integrate AI into their creative and marketing workflows. Okay, so let's just jump in again with our tradition of softball questions. I mentioned yesterday about the Wright brothers and the Wright sister and how they were convinced that aviation would end warfare because you could see what the opposing armies were doing. They just didn't anticipate dropping stuff on them. So tools are agnostic. And AI is a tool, perhaps one of the most powerful tools. So how can we try to anticipate and mitigate the unforeseen risks that AI poses? We've touched upon this and nibbled at it from different points of view, but I'd like to come back at it again. So what kind of guardrails can we put in place so that AI works for us and we don't work for AI? Teague, let's start with you.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to jump right into the strong opinion. AI is happening right now. You know, it's helping us right now. It is also harming us right now. And although I think that it is a fun exercise to future project where AI is going to go, we really need to be dealing with what's happening right now. And I think that if we do that, if we make that our focus, we'll end up putting in the safeguards for some of the stuff that is unforeseen. We don't always need to know what that is. It'll develop over time. But if we make sure that our foundation is good from the start, where we still are, I think we're setting ourselves up for a little bit more success.
Okay. Is this thing on? There it is. I disagree.
We agreed to disagree about something.
No, but I actually disagree.
Okay, fair enough.
I think it's really valuable and critical to explore possible futures so that we incorporate that thinking into our ideas of what's important today. And I say futures because there are many potential futures. We don't know, for two reasons. One, we don't know what's going to happen. And two, we can potentially influence it. And so actually I wanted to go back to the Wright brothers because the Wright brothers apparently didn't anticipate that their planes would be used to drop bombs on people. But that was really a failure of their imagination since we'd been doing that for 100 years with balloons. So this is one theme, is what can we learn from the past as we're stepping into the future. The second thing is that within a few years of the Wright brothers launching their first plane, H.G. Wells wrote a story, actually just Googled this, or I should say I clotted it. It was The War in the Air, published in 1907, just 4 years after Kitty Hawk, and he explored all kinds of implications using aerial combat and dropping bombs. And so this would be the second thing I would say, is that science fiction is an incredible treasure trove of explorations about what might happen, good, bad, and ugly. And it's not just the Terminator and the Matrix. There are incredible explorations, some of them quite beautiful, that give us reasons to hope, things to aim for, and more interesting things to fear than merely an AI that wants to kill us all. I can give you examples of these three specific science fiction books that I wanted to mention. One is called A Psalm for the Wild Built. It's about when humans and smart machines go their separate ways. So yeah, what if we actually decide that we don't want to live together anymore? Okay. That's an unexpected one. Another series of books is the Ian Banks Culture series, where we explore what it looks like when we have superintelligence that just kind of runs things and allows us to do what we love. That's something that comes up. But what would that actually look like? Science fiction writers have spent thousands of human hours or years exploring this. We can tap that. A third example is... what was the third example? Hyperion. Yeah, I see some people have read Hyperion, one of the great science fiction novels. Lots of ideas in there, but one of them is what happens if there are multiple superintelligences and they don't agree? Some of them quite aligned with human interests, and some of them hostile to it. So I mention these because when we're exploring futures, we're not left to our own devices. We can stand on the shoulders of giants.
Okay, I guess it's my turn now. I think the story of the Wright brothers is actually a really interesting place to begin this conversation, and fairly instructive, because of two takeaways from that. Number one, the technology was really developed by private interests. There were attempts by the government, the Smithsonian, to fund some projects, and those planes crashed. And frankly, the interests that had funded those efforts walked away and decided that technology couldn't be proved. That was not the case, as the Wright brothers persisted and proved the technology. So that's an important takeaway, is technology is most likely going to be developed in the hands of private interests. But the second really important takeaway from that, and relevant to this question, is that it was the government that actually drove the use of the technology for military purposes. We had World War I coming shortly after the early century development of the technology, and the government put money into making those planes useful for militaristic purposes. After World War I, the short interval, then we had World War II, and we simply continued, the federal government, not only in this country, but internationally, to pour money into private entities that were happy to take the basic technology and develop planes with more and more capacity. So the government brought us to this point. So what's the takeaway for AI? Well, I think the first takeaway is we have to look at the ways that we as state and federal governments choose to use the technology. And the states at least, are trying to get their arms around this. I'm not sure that I can say the same for the federal government at the moment. Nationwide, there were in 2024 450 bills introduced on the subject of AI. Many of those bills did not pass, but it's clear evidence that state legislators are trying to figure out what this monster is and trying to figure out how we use it ourselves and what we can do to regulate the use of it. In my introduction, you heard a long list of things that I'm involved in. You did not hear AI, and that is true for nearly all state legislators. Very few of us understand the technology, understand the capacity of it, but we all know we've got to dive in and figure it out. And the first place that we need to go is to look at how we are using it ourselves to make sure that we are not inadvertently using a technology that discriminates, that results in algorithmic discrimination. In New York State, I think the most significant piece of legislation that I read about for last year was the passage of a bill that requires human review of any decision-making that comes from AI. Because we are still trying to make sure that we're validating that technology, that we're not letting it get out in front of it, and that we, as customers of the technology, aren't inadvertently using it in a way that we will regret woefully in years to come. Ian, it's your turn.
I was collecting my thoughts this entire time because I want to give a very nuanced and broad scope to this, because I believe that this question is more important than we realize. And so I'm actually going to just read from my notes to keep my thoughts collected, because I tend to drift. I agree with most of what everyone has said here, even though there are some internal disagreements here, but I think good points have been made that we should focus on. We don't have a leg to stand on if we try to approach the future without studying the past. We have, in this university, we have access, we have the internet, we have access to our sciences, the humanities, the arts, the best that society has been able to produce. And with these tools, I know that Adam has mentioned a couple times, Micah has alluded to it yesterday, this is a technology that is so disruptive that over the course of the decades is going to fundamentally change society. And that might seem so daunting, so opaque to us that we can't quite look at it. We don't exactly know how to react in this current day, other than focusing on the tools that we have. But I would say we have to use intention to use these tools, to flex these muscles so that we can incorporate the sciences, the humanities, the arts, so that we can make our decisions informed by these facts, these theories, in a much more broad and capable way than we ever have before. And with that intention, we have to decide on the potential future that we want, and collectively, as a community, work toward that. So the challenge is not insurmountable. I mentioned in the learning panel the confidence that I get from being able to learn more efficiently than ever, to take the information that I need out of the infosphere in the format that I need, to turn around and build the tools within minutes or hours to use that information effectively. And we are all capable of that. And I believe very strongly that in order to paddle, we have to collectively do that. Thank you.
Sam, I was happy to see you jump a bit more into the Wright siblings, because there was a fight for aviation, with the Smithsonian on one side focusing on the engines, and the Wright brothers and sister being bicycle mechanics, focusing on steering. And there's kind of a metaphorical notion there for us. We have a lot of engines driving AI forward, but it's the steering that we're concerned about. And that's what we hope to develop at forums like this. So we talked about, with Jeff bringing out the notion of perhaps even unintentional collusion. But what are the ethical implications of AI making decisions for us, from shopping and dating to healthcare and legal matters? Basically, outsourcing ethics.
So that we don't want to outsource ethics, right? Nobody wants that.
Are we doing that already passively?
Probably, yeah, 100%. But the calling is to find another way. And I believe that AI gives us a new chance to do that. We're 25 years, 20, maybe 30 years into the commercial internet as we know it. We know a lot of the hazards. Cynthia talked about the extractors and what was the other word?
Corruptors.
And the corruptors. And to some extent, these are outcomes of our system, which incentivizes ruthless pursuit of profits, often at the expense of other things. So, but the thing is, it's not inherently a problem with capitalism. It's a problem with capitalism absent values, absent strong other countervailing concerns other than profits. That's where communities come in. When we engage in local commerce, we know the shopkeepers. They know us. We engage with our local service providers. They're our neighbors. Recontextualizing our use of technology around local context is perhaps the most powerful alternative to the top-down, big tech, outsource your ethics model of technology. I believe we're at the threshold of being able to create a bioregionally specific approach to technology. Some others have talked about open source models. This allows us to, these models allow us to not just connect to a big AI in the sky, but actually to cultivate AIs that are of our time and place, that reflect our values, that allow us to learn and learn together and incorporate those learnings in a way which makes sense to us. So I'll leave it at there for now, but that's really the vision that we have with the Rogue Valley AI Lab, is creating that alternative and really putting the ethical question front and center to our use of AI. It's not technology, not technology. It's what kind of technology and what agency do we have in it.
I would agree with Loki over here. I think that we need to remember that it wasn't the Wright brothers who dropped the bombs, but it's warfare is not the fault of airplanes. And what people do with AI is not the fault of AI. It's something we need to recognize that we have responsibility over. We are responsible for what we create and what we do with it. So I think that we're in a space right now of having to reevaluate what is reasonable to expect from us in regards to responsibility. There's a lot of, I for one, I cannot handle more responsibility. But I don't know if I get to have that choice right now. I am privileged to be educated. I am in technology in an early part of a revolution. It is my responsibility to educate myself about this, to influence regulation as best I can with my knowledge. And I think that that is an attitude that I would love to see adopted by more people, a proactive attitude that, that it is a facet of the luxury of being able to use these cool tools that also requires, the effort of some responsibility.
I think the way that we avoid allowing ethical decisions to slip out of our hands is to not step into the decision making. And we really have to engage at this moment in every opportunity for conscious decision making. That's why there were 450 bills introduced across the country last year. Those bills addressed three big areas, including consumer protection and transparency, because there's quite an understanding that if we don't corral the use of the data, that this could really result in essentially redlining in many cases, decisions that are promulgated on computer choices, AI choices, and not ones that reflect our values. The second big area was deepfakes. We know there are computer-generated videos, computer imagery, especially sexually explicit images. And also in that deepfake category is elections and political messaging. Not surprisingly, people who are elected officials are particularly concerned about the use of AI to distort campaigning. And the third area, again, was that government use, trying to make sure that we have a heightened sensitivity to how we incorporate the technology in our own practices. Here in Oregon, let me just tell you about a couple things that we've done. First, last year, the governor put together an advisory council that was required to look, again, at those questions of how we use AI internally. There was a significant report generated from that. You can find it online, or I can direct you to it. And it recommends, among other things, that we have a chief AI officer and a chief data privacy officer. We also have a bill pending in this session. One of my colleagues has put it forward, Rep. Wynn. I'm a sponsor of the bill, House Bill 3592, which would install a permanent state commission with the assignment to overlook AI, to look at our own use, to try to understand how the technology may be assisting or perverting decision making. Having said all of that, do I have a high degree of confidence that regulatory agencies can actually do this job of regulating AI? I don't. We've seen many other examples of that where the technology slips into its own universe of use. And I would point to social media as sort of a front and center example of that. Regulating technology and trying to install appropriate ethics is going to be the job of everybody in this room, particularly of our educational institutions and of the people who are promulgating and installing the technology.
Paul, you were right. I do have a newborn, and I got about 4 hours of sleep. So I'm going to try and stumble my way through two half thoughts and bring them together satisfyingly. So you'll have to let me know if I do that. But if we could take a snapshot of the work that is being done in the Rogue Valley right now, I would say that there is a not insignificant amount of work that is not being done that we wish could be done. We've talked about work efficiencies, how if we get 30% more of ourselves, 30% efficiency gain or productivity gain, that would just be spent doing more work. And I would say, I think a more prudent, as far as this, taking the opportunity, now that the Rogue Valley community is kind of here, to speak to that, that means that it's cheaper now to do the work that is not being done in the community for our neighbors, for our ecosystem, for wildfire relief, community projects. I would say that using AI, again, with intention collectively toward some of these moral obligations that might not fit so neatly into today's capitalist landscape, let's say, we now have the ability to look at the roadblocks to serving our ecosystem and our community, the monetary roadblocks, the labor roadblocks, in different ways. Let's reapproach collectively how we can use these tools to do more than ever before on the things that matter. And if we can exemplify, as the Rogue Valley, as Ashland, if we can exemplify the coming together and the educating of ourselves on the limits of the capabilities of these tools and what we are capable of with them, we can have a more poignant voice at the table nationally to be taking part in the conversation at the level of government as well. So,
You did well.
thank God.
I want to stick with this for a bit because I think this is really where the rubber meets the road. So let's say I have a health condition And Meta has just rolled out a new free healthcare diagnosis tool. And I use that. And instead of the old days when you had a bunion on your foot and you go on Google and it tells you you've got leukemia, it guides you through a curated process. You can upload some of your medical records, and it gives me a great diagnosis. And it gives me steps to do, things to ask my primary care physician, et cetera. That's a tremendous benefit for me, right? I mean, we've all lived through not having access, not having health care, not having ready access to healthcare professionals, and now we could have it right away. Do I care, first, that I have given it unprecedented HIPAA-type information about me, which can and likely will be used against me in the future for employment? So that's one issue, my surrendering of the last vestiges of my personal privacy. But the other one is, okay, I've gotten a great benefit from this. How much do I really care that I've fed the corruptors and exploiters as opposed to going open source? There may well be, as Adam pointed out and Teague reiterated, open source options. But I'm busy. Yeah. I have this health situation. My friend said Meta works. I don't really care who's behind it. How do we get past the apathy when we have a clear benefit from the corruptors?
Can I start this one? There's two sides to the same coin, and I think it's very useful when we can have a framework by which we operate that takes into account what we wish would happen, and in practice, using those same morals or same actions, we are more productive. And when it comes to, one, like I've been saying, coming together as a community, AI doesn't know, and I think Heather says this in so many words quite a bit, AI doesn't, it has the capability to answer questions, but it's on the user, it's on the human being to ask the right questions, because AI doesn't know what we need. Even though we say, I have a medical issue, we need to be specific. We have to say, we can take a picture of the ailment and maybe upload it. But that data, going down from the kind of abstract of what I'm implying, that the community knows what the community needs, and AI can be used, the community can collectively ask the question and get the answer, that's a hypothesis, from AI for the community. Going right back down into the very, very practical of data practices. There are open source, there's a framework called retrieval augmented generation. There are ways in which we can kind of in one spot put all of the data that AI doesn't have knowledge of in its pre-training. It hasn't been trained on. Whether that's our HIPAA data, our situationally specific data, our business practices, our specific bioregional community makeup, or just what day it is and what action we would like to take that very day. AI doesn't know those things, even though it has information inside of it that can help us. So if we understand RAG is retrieval augmented generation, if we understand ways to protect our data, to have a firewall or a moat around that data, use it locally with an open source model. That way we can keep everything in-house for the community. That's one option. And we don't have to figure that out alone. I mentioned some words, and you don't have to know the code that needs to be written in order to implement that. But it does need your data. It doesn't need your context, because how are we going to meet your needs if it doesn't have your context? And so it's a group effort. Yeah.
I have a thought on that. So going back to recent history, maybe I should have answered this in the first question. During the data revolution, it happened really felt very sudden for a lot of people. Regulation was very slow, and as a result, our market sort of defaulted to the folks that were able to make money off of that data. And that isn't always to the benefit of the rest of everyone else. The result is that now we are entrenched in a system in which we are expected to give data. It's no longer something that we can bargain. If you want to even exist in the online world right now, you have to accept that you are just you're going to have to give your data. Any free service that you use is not free. You are paying with your data. Your data is out there. It's hemorrhaging from you, and it's a bit of a sticky situation to be in. And unfortunately, a lot of that data has helped to train AI. But I do think that we still have an opportunity to have control over our data going forward. We might not be able to get our data back that's already out there. I don't know if that's possible, but we still have the opportunity to make some kinds of shifts towards having our data, in a decentralized vault. I don't know if that's the answer, but there are ways in which the value of what is known about us can belong to us going forward. And I think that's something that's worth exploring when it comes to the ethical use of that data. I think it would be great if my data information lived in a vault on my phone, and anytime an app asked me for a piece of information, and I'm like, yeah, sure, you can know where I am, it gives me a tiny bit of money. Data is kind of like currency. It has a value, and we're not being paid for it, but someone else is making a lot of money off of it. To me, that's a big ethical issue.
It's kind of like a personal information zero knowledge proof, which is a cryptographic term, where if we could have it so that we are not hemorrhaging our data, but divulging data only as much insofar as to get a desired result and not disclosing more and only disclosing it for a certain period of time.
Precisely, yes.
Yeah, and to some extent, we're really anchored on the models we have today. Like, we go to platforms, we use platforms, they're free, therefore we have this problem of our data leakage. But I do think that we have to kind of look to where things are going, and this is back to science fiction, right? What are the different scenarios where we might end up? We might end up in a more authoritarian world where there's more surveillance. We might end up in a world where our AIs are personal AIs, and we're not actually leaking data because they're doing our information seeking, and they're facilitating data hygiene on our behalf. And there's lots of other scenarios, and there's technical underpinnings for all of them. But I do think that there is this really core problem, which I just call the tyranny of convenience.
Yeah.
This is what you were getting at, right? That it's when it's easier to do the wrong thing than the right thing, then given how time-strapped most of us are, even if you start with good intentions. I remember when we started seeing a lot of the cookie options, like accept all cookies, deny cookies. If you deny cookies, you have to go to another overlay. And at first, after I read this wonderful book called Surveillance Capitalism, which explains how toxic all this is, I was really good citizen for about a month. And I will say, at the time I was living in Amsterdam, which is in Europe, and they have a very strict control system called GDPR there, and that's what started this move to putting up the cookie allowance, and it was very well intentioned. And Pam, this might be something you might want to respond to. It was well-intentioned policy that eventually became, for many purposes, kind of pointless because people just click through those modal overlays on the websites without thinking about them, and it became just overhead for populations of people, as opposed to something which led to a lot of the outcomes that were expected. Now, it's had some good outcomes. Like the European Union can sue these companies and try to make them better citizens. So, having said that, there are a lot of challenges of enacting controls that will protect us. So, we are kind of on our own to navigate this in the meantime. How do we do that? I mean, I don't have an answer here because, well, okay, actually, I do have one thought. I wrote this down. So we have the tyranny of convenience, which is that it's harder to do the right thing than the wrong thing. But AI itself might be the way out of this, because now if I can, in the example I gave before, if I have an AI that's negotiating on my behalf, that's facilitating my interaction with these sites, and it's my AI, it's not even in the cloud, it's on my device, then maybe the cost of doing the right thing could start to get closer to the convenient thing, the formerly convenient thing. Yeah.
I must say it's quite wonderful to sit here and listen to these little morsels of optimism, because I have to say, for myself, I'm not particularly optimistic that human beings are going to lead decision-making with ethical choices. If you look, frankly, at what's happening at the federal level of government right now, we are seeing destruction of a lot of systems and a lot of people's lives, and very little pushback on that. On a very local level, if we talk about technology, what do I have right beside myself? A phone. I'm on Facebook. I'm pretty sure Facebook is evil, and I'm also pretty convinced that social media is going to be the downfall of democracy. But I have a Facebook site, and I'll probably post about this event when I get home, because I haven't been able to divorce myself and to make decisions that I think would actually be the ultimately and the appropriate ethical decisions. So I think we're in a tough place right now. I think Thor is absolutely right about the tyranny of convenience. We live high energy lives. We are moving through things quickly. We think we need to be able to have access to information and to make decisions at a rapid pace, and we forget all of the consequences down the line until your phone is showing you advertisements for all the things that you spoke about in a conversation with your family members 15 minutes ago. That's the world we're a part of, and we are going to have to figure out some way of being so self-aware and some way of having the self-discipline to actually follow through, because it's one thing to understand about Facebook, it's another thing to cut your accounts and start talking to people on the street instead of through social media.
I responded first, but I want to add a little bit to what you said. Talking to people on the street. I'm a very extroverted person. My wife is extremely introverted, and we make a great combination that covers all the bases. But I love this community. I first had a conversation with Professor DeFries about AI, 2022. And I was, at that point, he was the only person I knew who I could talk to about it other than my brother and my wife. And my wife didn't necessarily want to hear me ramble on about AI. But since then, I've met 30, 40, 50, 60 people in this community who are wonderful conversationalists, add so much to this entire, my apprehension is still here. My fear of the future is still there. The dread is gone because of that social aspect. And that's just me being kind of open and honest about that. But it hasn't been because of how shiny and cool these tools are. I love using AI. I love figuring out some new way of, taking a picture of my Excel spreadsheets instead of typing into them anymore. Like, that's all fun. But really, what is all of this for if it's not for the human-to-human connection with our neighbor? And I think that that can't be understated of just how important that is, because what's the point otherwise? And to the extent that these tools can help make those relationships richer, using these tools with intention so that we are turning away from social media, we do have alternatives and incentives so that it is more convenient, and we've manufactured convenience for a return to our human-to-human relationships. I think that's possible. I think that's a very noble problem, and that's all I will say about that.
Okay. Thor, you mentioned multiple superintelligences, and I'm glad you did, because I think there's a tendency to think of AI as this monolithic block, a unitary Skynet. But there will be many, many AIs. We'll have our own personal AIs, I believe. So let's look forward 5 years from now. In terms of preventing our data leakage and getting the best rate on a flight, et cetera, how is this a democratizer? Will this level the playing field? Open source AI that we own, that reports to us and hopefully isn't doing obfuscated reward hacking and hiding things from us, but our own AI, can that effectively negotiate, parlay, compete with the big boys' AI? Do we have a chance that way, whereas we don't right now? Because it's very asynchronous now, the power, right? Large companies and individuals. Is AI potentially something that could level that playing field when it's used by us for us?
Yes.
Next question.
Clearly, there are boundless ways in which AI can be used. Whether or not it is used that way is, I think, that's the question. Whether or not we're able to get it into use that way. I mean, there's a lot of things that block progress towards stuff that's very helpful for humanity, in a lot of different areas that range from obviously regulation, which is what we've been talking about, but also just the climate of people's perspectives. So whether or not something that is a cool ideal can actually occur is challenging to predict. I do think that we are entering into a stage of universal knowledge. I was explaining last night that you can get a research paper written in another language, and you can have it translated for you, and then you can have the research paper summarized and also expounded on, and you can have help with coming up with different ways of looking at it. I mean, it's remarkable how many takeaways you can get from a research paper written in another language that you did not have access to before. So our access to knowledge has just gone through a huge, huge transformation. And not everybody is using it that way, but I guarantee you pretty soon everybody will be. And there are tricky parts about this, like what happens when AI starts to learn off of things AI makes, right? Because we have issues with stuff like synthetic. Are you familiar with the term synthetic content flooding? Which is basically when a subject matter is hot right now, and all of a sudden a whole bunch of research papers show up that sound really plausible, but they're not real. They are AI.
That's called TikTok.
I mean, yeah, it happens in all the mediums. Product reviews on Amazon, that's synthetic content flooding. There's a bunch of different ways that this can happen, and it's happening. We're experiencing it right now, even if we don't always recognize it. So there how universal knowledge is going to shape up, I'm not really sure. But I do think right now what we have access to that we didn't have access to before is going to boost us into a place that I think may better equip us to be able to answer these kinds of questions. And I feel hopeful about it. I know that wasn't a full answer to your question, but I feel hopeful about it.
Interesting. Have any of you heard of the idea of the jagged edge? Okay, this is an idea from Ethan Mollick, who recognized a couple years ago that AI, if you asked ChatGPT to give you a synthesis of medieval history with modern literature, and it would be able to do this, like these remarkable feats that are far beyond what a human could do in split seconds. But then in other ways, let's say counting the number of R's in strawberry, it couldn't do it. And so the idea being that we're getting used to this idea that there's this mismatch between some capabilities that are superhuman and others that are subhuman. And so I think we can also look at the jagged edge as the impact on society. So in some parts of the economy, for instance, software programming, where AI is able to produce 90+% of the code at advanced levels. And And so that's having a remarkable effect on software today. And we're just getting started. In other areas, perhaps, agricultural production, we have yet to see any kind of major impact. I don't know if that's true, but that's the impact. So you can see how, when we look forward 5 years, to your question, it's that jagged edge will not have gone away. To Marta's earlier point, there are so many fundamentally human system level issues that are going to be slow to change or resistant to change, that that's going to be sitting alongside those systems, many of which might be governmental, but maybe not. But right alongside areas like software development that are blazing ahead into some super intelligence explosion. So we have to get really comfortable with that cognitive dissonance between things which are far in the future, like today, and things which feel completely unchanged from 20 years ago. So that was the first thought. Secondly, the question is the future a utopia or a dystopia? How many think the future's utopia? Okay, a few. How many think it's a dystopia? Okay, most of you aren't sure, which is, of course, the right answer. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. It will have utopias and dystopias. Why? Because it already does. I spent time in Northern Europe, as I mentioned, and those countries are basically well-run utopias for the people who live there. And for some people who live in North Korea, that's a utopia. But that's a dystopia to most of us. So there's something both subjective about these things, but also just the benefits of technology are uneven. So I think a lot about this, because our imagination is that this technology is leading us to an outcome. But of course, that's not going to be the case. Even if we have a single superintelligence that wants to keep humans in some state of thriving, it would probably facilitate many different cultures and many different systems that would have suspicion of each other, because that's how humans are.
So the introductory comments around the prospect that all of us would have our own individual AI sent me into a momentary little moment of panic, because what I hear when I think about that is the potential for significant widening of economic, social, and cultural disparities that already exist, depending on who has technology, who knows how to harness it, who knows how to use it in a productive way, and who is simply left behind. And I think this should be an enormous concern for all of us going into this phase. Yeah. I told you I don't work much in AI, but I work a lot in broadband, sort of one step back. I passed probably 6 or 8 pieces of legislation in the past 10 years, including setting up the state broadband office, getting us ready for the federal money that has come our way for broadband expansion. But remember, a significant number of Oregonians and Americans don't even have access to the internet, much less know anything about AI. They don't have a pad. They may have a phone. They may not have the skills to use this. I was thinking about this week when Social Security announced, if you were paying attention, that you're not going to be able to call up Social Security and get registered anymore. You have to go on the internet and do this. So this is not an easy process, I know, because I set this up for my mom and I had to use my email. And then when I had to apply for Social Security, you can't do it through the same email. You got to go to a different email. You got to set up all these systems unique to the user. We are creating barriers to anyone who cannot use technology. Those already exist. And as we face this prospect of AI, we have to think deeply about how we are going to approach that so that we do not create incredible crevasses between those who can and those who are simply left out.
A brief vignette, just so that we have some numbers in our heads, what we're talking about when we say open source. I did a quick back of the envelope ChatGPT question as people were talking to give me a table. How many heard of DeepSeek? Was in the news. Wow. How many have heard of Gemma 3? a lot fewer. It didn't make the news quite as much. In order to run DeepSeek locally, this a Chinese model, very competent, very, very smart, and you can open source it. And so that means that you can download it locally, but you need a certain amount of compute to run it. And to run it at maximum intelligence, let's say, would take 16 of NVIDIA's A100 GPUs. Ooh. That is about $400,000 of compute that you would need to purchase and stick in your garage and in order to run it. But you would be able to ask a very competent model questions, give it all your data, and you wouldn't need to hook it up to the internet. You can sacrifice some of the intelligence for smaller versions of that model. So you might be able to get a right answer, let's say 80 times out of 85 questions. That's a bad ratio, but I'm not a math student. 80 times out of 85 questions, it gives you the right answer. And then 5% of the time, it gives you a wrong answer. These are just abstract numbers. You might be able to sacrifice it to where it gives you a wrong answer 10 times instead of 5 times by cutting its intelligence in half, and then maybe 20 times. So depending on the work that you're doing, you might be able to have an open source model for $1,600 that gives you the right answer most of the time. And so you wouldn't want to put this into a decision-making process that affected human lives or affected monetary resources, but it might be good enough to build tools for you to interact with or to do research, and then you can verify it and take that extra step. But if you're automating, I wouldn't say so. Gemma 3, at the same slightly less, but essentially the same level of capability at that $400,000 price point, costs $25,000. And that is the level at which AI open source models are improving. So DeepSeek came out around January. Gemma was around late February, maybe first week of March. And that's already, what is 25,000 divided by 400,000? It's considerably less. And that's running it at full intelligence. So you can think maybe for a very, very cheap GPU, maybe the cheapest GPU, I could get a reasonable model that I could keep all of my information on that I could play around with, and it would be open source. So just to have some numbers out there, again, this is assuming that ChatGPT gave me the numbers correctly. I hit the browse web button, so it cited its sources, but just so that we have a little bit more context of what we're talking about when we say open source.
Mm-hmm.
The question was, what's a GPU?
The question was, what's a GPU? That is a graphics processing unit, and it is a special type of processor that handles many, many, many mathematical operations in parallel so that it can handle the compute required to run these very, very intelligent machines that a CPU would not be able to do.
Okay, I want to jump ahead to a question from our forum, which will start at 3 o'clock, and this harkens back to something that Pam mentioned. What will happen to the significant proportion of the population that cannot or will not participate in an AI economy?
What time scale?
Today.
Oh, today.
5 years. Take your pick.
I mean, to me, I think somebody else articulated this. I think we spent the last 100 years turning ourselves into machines, essentially sitting down in a chair like this, going like this all day long. Like if you're in knowledge work, this is what it looks like. This is not an evolved human form in nature, right? This is the opposite of that.
Looks kind of like an organ grinder monkey.
Exactly, right? We over-reward people for doing symbolic, logical things in assembly line-like processes, and because the economy values that kind of work. And we're freaking out now because AIs might take that work. But well, what if it does? And it will. It means that humans will be valued in the system to the extent they have to participate in that system for doing the things which are uniquely human, that are leveraging our unique genius. I'm just taking from a purely economic perspective. That's the inevitable outcome. it might get to the point where most of the economy is running without the requirement for that kind of human involvement, in which case we have to completely rehaul the socioeconomic system. I mean, I personally believe that's inevitable. I don't know what time scale, though. That might be 20 years, it might be 100 years. But this stuff's so fundamental to the logic of the economic system that we have now that we have to revisit the basics. But to be more concrete, in the next 0 to 5 years, it really depends on what field you're in. Like, there's a lot of spaces that are just not. One way of thinking about this is certain kinds of things have a high return on cognitive processes, right? So something like software development or data analytics. The primary thing that's what you're doing is symbolic reasoning of various kinds. And so those things are going to get disrupted. So if you're not using AI in those fields, you probably can't compete. I always think about, what's the old legend of the lumberjack?
Paul Bunyan?
Was it Paul Bunyan? And he had to compete with somebody with a... John Henry. John Henry, yeah. Exactly. He thought that he was the best lumberjack in the world with an axe. But there was a point where he couldn't compete with a mediocre lumberjack with a chainsaw. So we're in those fields. I don't know how you can persist for long, but there are many fields that are resistant to that for some time.
I can really only speak to the field that I'm in, which is it's in creativity. My background is in digital animation, and I work, creating campaign content. And so the folks that I talked to about this, of course, as soon as we were seeing amazing videos generated with AI and amazing images generated with AI on mass scale, all of my peers that I talked to in these forums were all going, well, that's it, I'm out. Like, why even try? But here's the thing, and this has been my experience so far. I like being creative. It's fun. And also, I'm really good at it. And so far, AI has not been able to replicate that. So I was talking to someone relatively recently about the training program that I have for organizations to teach them how to bring AI into their creative workflow. And they said to me, well, won't they not hire you for the campaigns anymore if they know how to do it themselves? They will. They only hire me for like 2 major campaigns a year or something along those lines, right? And then for the rest of the year, they have all this campaign content that they have to create, and they don't always have the team for that. You're looking at people that, where the team is like a marketing director and 1 graphic designer, and if they're lucky, an intern. So these are people who are wearing multiple hats, do not have the time, and they have to create compelling content that gets people who cannot pay for gas to donate to the dwindling blue whale population. That is an enormous task that AI can be super helpful with, but they will never be able to replicate what I do. That's why they hire me. My brain, so I have an AI agent that I have trained to speak like me. It knows everything about me. It has my entire work history. I have worked with probably hundreds of brands at this point, and it knows all of those details, has all of that information, and honestly, it is a little bit scary. When I talk to it, I'm like, wow, that really sounded like me.
Do
it makes
you have it on your phone? Can you talk to it right now?
No, it's on my PC. Yeah. but it's really weird. Shoot, I lost myself. So I have this trained, right? But it cannot produce the genius that I produce. It just can't. I mean, it can help me. It certainly gets me a lot further. I tell you what, the quality of my work has improved exponentially since adopting AI into my workflow, but it still cannot do what I do. And so I think that for my colleagues in my career, that although I really, really encourage them to definitely bring AI into their workflow, don't be afraid of AI in that way. You know, it's not human. Human minds are remarkable, and we are able to make connections that AI hasn't quite even gotten to that point yet. We just think different. We think we're meat, you know. But it's important to recognize that we are different, and so as a result, we produce different results, and that is difficult to replicate. It can come close, certainly, but it's difficult to replicate, and also we're not going to want it to. We're going to want to make stuff. We are naturally creative as just a species. We can't even help ourselves, you know. Like, what are you? If suddenly AI took away some of your work, what do you think you'd do? Just sit on a couch somewhere? I mean, probably maybe for like a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months for the novelty of it. But you would get bored. You would have to get up and go do something. You would want to go do something. You would want to go create something. You would want to, you know, find some value. So I think that. Yes, there will be people who will lose their jobs because of AI. It is the nature of huge technological shifts like this. There will be, and a large part of that is just because the industry will reconstruct itself around the new tools, right? But I think that when it comes to human ingenuity and human genius and human creativity, there is always room for us in this picture. And I think that that's you know, something worth remembering, that you are more valuable than the AI. So there you have it.
That speaks to another one of the questions we got for the forum, which is, given the speed of advancement in AI and emerging technologies, can you name one job, you had one job, that can't be replaced by AI, robotics, or a combination of the both of them? We just heard one.
Yeah. Do you want me to pick a specific?
No, I think you just did a very good one.
Okay.
You pre-answered the question. So, you know, think about like creative writing. Right? You have people like Stephen King. We've heard his name bandied around. The poster child for the seat of the pants writing method. He's got a very unique voice. And you could conceivably load all of his books in and write another book, but I think it wouldn't pass that uncanny valley test. It wouldn't be quite right. So people that have a very unique voice will likely not be displaced by AI. The people who will be displaced and are being displaced now are sort of in the middle. They're sort of capable folks.
Yeah, mediocre.
Sorry?
The median.
The median, yes. So, but who will they be replaced by? People who couldn't have done it before, but are now using AI. Is that a net loss, a net gain? I don't know.
But there are some fields, I just keep going back to this one research where they looked at diagnosis, medical diagnosis, and they compared the AI, some of you are nodding, you saw this, the AI diagnoses, the doctors alone diagnosis, and the doctors plus AI diagnosis. And the conventional wisdom in this field is AI plus doctor would outcompete. Get the best of both worlds. But in fact, from a diagnostics perspective, the AI alone outcompeted all the other categories. And so, yeah, it's going to depend on the category, and sometimes it might surprise us. Of course, that's a very data and objective outcome kind of scenario. The subjective things, the artistic, the expressive, the just like what if I'm an AI and I want to make products that will sell to humans, I probably want to ask a human what they want, not another AI pretending to be a human. So if nothing else, to the extent that we're the market, we still have a voice in it.
Yes, please.
So on a different topic, I just want to put this on the table because I know we're nearing the end of our time. And I believe that there's an enormous existential question in terms of the environmental impacts of AI. We are seeing the proliferation of data centers, and the data centers now are going to be on an accelerated schedule in order to accommodate AI. From 2019 to 2024, up in the northern part of the state, PGE, which is the major electric utility, had an increased demand equivalent to 400,000 more people, but only 60,000 people actually moved to that area. If we do not get control of this, we have no idea where the energy is going to come from. We are right now, as a state, trying to pursue our renewable electricity goals. At the same time, we are seeing this tsunami of energy demand coming from the tech sector, the data centers that are going to be accommodating AI. What does that mean? It means unless we can figure this out with new technology, we are going to see an increased pressure to start using fossil fuels nationally. You're already seeing policy that supports that. Here in the state, we are holding the line. But somehow these giant creatures will need to be fed. And there is the consequences of this for what we are seeing, the tumult that we know exists within the climate and the things that we know we need to do in order to corral climate change in any way are really front and center right here. I want to just note on that topic, since I'm a legislator and I pitch my bills, I have a bill that you might be interested in this realm. It's a bill that would require large data centers to simply pay the costs of their own energy provision, because if we don't corral that, the costs of providing transmission and distribution and new facilities for data centers will be shifted on to all of you sitting in this room, the consumers who are paying your bills. The very least we need to do is to make these entities pay for their own power. That bill is House Bill 3546, also known as the Power Act, if anybody is interested.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Pam. Okay, so we have assembled the accumulated brain power here, flanking me, and we're going to go through the audience questions. And we've used 4 different AI programs to cull through them, to have an editorial schedule, to really get to the heart of the matter, as biased by our AI overlords. So I want to make sure all of our speakers know we have 2 microphones that can circulate. They do not turn off, and we welcome all the hot mic moments. Okay, we're just going to jump right in here, folks. Jeff Smith says, what, if any, are the differences between humans learning and humans obtaining an answer from AI?
What's the difference? I mean, when you are learning, you are obtaining answers, right? Or you're developing answers from information that you're getting, which is usually answering something. So I'm not sure.
Are you fishing or learning how to fish? Are you getting a fish, or
I think that you learn how to fish by fishing. You know, I don't think the two can really be separated, I guess is what I'm getting at. I think that the nature of getting answers is learning, and learning results in answers, even if they aren't the answer to the question that you thought you were asking, right? Somebody might have a different opinion than me, but
Well, what's the difference between making a fire and turning on the heat?
yes.
Or learning to play an instrument or reading about playing an instrument. They're entirely different kinds of learning. Both are learning. You can copy and paste a piece of text if it's something you don't actually need to learn why it is the way it is, or you can retype it, or you can create it from memory. And it's each different sorts of learning.
Yeah, to add on that, I think it really is about what you put into practice. And so you can Google research something, and if you're never going to use that information again, you're probably not going to learn it. It's going to go in one ear, out the other. But if there's information that you're accessing and gaining that then you're using on a daily basis, or you're integrating it into your practice, that's when the true learning happens. And I think both are fine.
I may have given myself away this morning, but I'm pretty skeptical of answers. So I like to counter answers with more questions and dig into the why that we got to this answer. And to me, that's learning.
There's a phrase I like that I trust people who are seeking, and I'm skeptical of those who have found.
for me as a student, being encouraged to use AI in my classes, I have been able to develop an internal, let's just say, honesty. I'm honest with myself. If I know that I'm learning this, then I'm happy with the way I'm using AI to help me. If AI is doing all the work for me, I'm pretty good at being able to say I won't be able to remember this in a week or so. And I think it's really important to be honest with yourself as you use these tools, because convenience can creep up, and you can get the answer and you can use the answer and you can be effective, but you have to take responsibility of whether or not you own that knowledge.
I like to think of learning as a mystery to be solved. And so there are varying levels of mystery solving. Sometimes the answers are really easy to find, and other times they aren't. But the more you dig into the mystery and the more you use that framework, learning becomes super exciting, and then it becomes something that is enjoyable rather than something that feels like a chore.
Okay, well, the next question is directed to you, Cynthia. Cynthia, you mentioned and this word is blank, but I'll fill it in, corruptors and extractors. What was the first word? Corruptors. And what do you mean by this? Will ordinary people be able to steer AI when the corruptors and extractors are in control? This touches upon something we've talked about, but let's go into this with Cynthia weighing in.
I'm really thankful to whoever asked this question, because I have been misquoted all night or day or whatever. Extractors and commodifiers is the words I used. Because
I corrupted that.
You did. And so, because there's a real judgment when you use the word corrupter, it's just like, that person's bad, we do not want them as part of our tribe. And commodifiers are people who look at things and say, how can I make money out of this? Or how can I extract this resource or use this person to benefit me, my company, whatever. And so, so I'm really glad to get this opportunity to say, that's what I said. And the reason I think it's important to talk about this is because we have the opportunity as a community to use these tools to be generative, to help us become better community members. And again, there's a judgment when I use that word better, but just people that are looking towards us all being in this together. It's not so much about what I can get out of you for the least of the zero-sum game, where it's not going to cost me very much, but I'm going to gain a lot. That's been the game we've been playing on this planet for a while, and we're not happy in it. It doesn't bring us joy. It pits us against each other. While it is fun to be in sports and compete, I'm not discrediting the value of capitalism, but we also can, or let's say, and we can really start looking out for each other and using these tools to be better collaborators. So, did I answer the question?
Very well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, our next question is, and there are a couple questions that were similar to this. What might be reasonable expectations for a mature population, over 55, and their participation in developing an AI economy?
I'm not entirely sure where that question is intended to go, but I have one thought on this that is related to people over 55's use of AI. Not too long ago, my father passed away. And this was pretty hard for me. It was kind of he had Parkinson's, so it was a long, sort of tough decline. And he was a very smart person. I'm a second-generation academic. He was a physics professor. And his language went. His ability to speak went. And he became very, very self-conscious about this, and became more introverted because of it. And he was able to have some conversations about, things that are fairly niche topics, quantum mechanics and sort of its relationships to philosophy and things like this that were really interesting, because ChatGPT can kind of talk to you about anything. And so this was a really sort of touching experience to me. People who know me, I have a somewhat cynical view, I think, a lot of times about AI and what its impact in the world is going to be. But this was kind of a really touching application of it. And so I think in my life, I've seen sort of people it's have a positive impact on their role. So I don't know that's where it's going, but it's how it's influenced my life.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm going to take it in the shaping the future of the agentic interactions direction. Folks who are 50 and over, you have decades of experience more in receiving customer service or perhaps providing it or training others in it. You have decades of experience over folks who are in their 30s, 40s, 20s, of course. And therefore, when you are interacting with a company that just maybe recently shifted to having a chatbot or virtual options that are being trained, I know in my own experience, it's really tempting to just keep saying representative, please, right? But these models, they're going to need input from every single generation to be able to meet everybody's needs. And chances are, the way in which you conduct your query, whether it's in the customer service context, asking the Expedia chat things, or learning after you subscribe to that $200 a month ChatGPT version, the way you ask questions, the way each generation asks questions is going to be different, whether it's going to be grammatically different or the things that we ask about and learn about. So participate in the AI starting now, whether it's the cheap version, the free version, open source, or the really, really sophisticated one, because you're going to help shape it, and without your input and participation, the models aren't going to be as inclusive of everyone. We need you, and the models need you, and you're going to be helping your peers and those who are going to be 50 plus in 10 years, potentially. So start participating, because without great showing up, it's not inclusive. Thank you.
Can I just add something brief to that? I think how amazing it would be to be able to today talk to my great-grandparents about how the world was. And this fundamental transformational shift, I don't want the old world to be forgotten. So I guess what comes to mind is mentor young people, give them some perspective and context. They're in a busy world that they have been born into, and it's hard to see outside of that.
I want to just, both of you said something really cool. First of all, it just dawned on me, what if the AI I trained to be just like me got to interact with my grandkids? That's an interesting thought exercise. But I also want to say, and I'm so glad, Marta, that you brought this up, the older generations, you guys are the ones, especially people who are retired and have time. Oh my gosh, please, whatever your interest is right now, whatever your hobby is, I guarantee you AI is going to get in there. I want you to find out how. I want you to find out where AI is and what you are doing with your time right now. If you're still working, great. Find out how AI is influencing your industry. I would love to have people who are knowledgeable about AI, talking about AI with their peers, influencing regulation. I mean, one of the awesome things about older people is you have built networks. You have built networks younger people do not have. Networks of people, networks of influence. So to me, the older generations are the powerful generations. I think it's so exciting that you have the opportunity to jump into such an interesting environment right now, where you're at right now. And just go in with whatever is interesting to you. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to go in looking to make a change. Just go in trying to find out, okay, well, is AI in, I don't know. How is AI influencing whatever sports you're interested in right now? I'm certain it's happening a lot, I know there's a big conversation around sports lotteries at the moment. But there's so many interesting things that you could do, and I really encourage you to just get in there and find out what is interesting, because I bet it'll spark the desire to have an influence.
I have another example, and I love this conversation of what everybody's saying and the personal connection. My mom and I are developing out an AI app for my grandma who's dealing with dementia right now. And we noticed, and this kind of sparked from one, I was using AI as a bit of a relationship coach and therapist, and I'm not saying this is going to replace those people at all, but it was great talking to ChatGPT endlessly about my relationship issues and questions and just the back and forth that I got from that. And we thought about how my grandma, you know, in this stage of memory loss is really needing to have these conversations over and over again, work through the same things, talk about the same things, and how human patience, although when you love somebody, it is boundless, you only have so much time and you only have so much energy, whereas AI and chatbots are able to talk about and have these conversations endlessly. And so being able to provide that service for older folks who need to work through and want to work through and talk through these things is a really profound tool. And even on the individual level, you know, we're all able to access ChatGPT, Claude. And so being able to have those conversations back and forth, it really is helpful for organizing thoughts and for reflecting back to yourself. So that's one use.
I so appreciate the optimism that I'm hearing here, because I'm a little cranky on this question. We are already seeing lots of older people who are left out of much of what goes on in our communities because they do not use technology. They don't have the pads. They don't know how to use it. And at some point, they just give up and walk away. There will always be older people who have stayed engaged, who love this stuff. But I think that, if we're being honest, that's an increasingly small number of the very large demographic of seniors that are coming our way over the next 10 to 20 years. Our efforts will need to be extremely deliberate and focused if we don't want to lose that whole older generation. We are doing things now with our very limited digital equity monies of setting up classes at senior centers, because we know, again, that seniors want to be able to communicate with their grandchildren through email. So let's give them an iPad, let's sit them down in the senior center where they are, and let's teach them some basic skills. To the degree that AI continues to be relevant to these individuals, we're going to have to do the same thing to bring people along in the AI world, to teach them skills, to find them where they are, and to be extremely deliberate about focusing on that generation, or they will simply be left out.
Here's a question that has also been answered by the same person. ChatGPT has been mentioned 1,000 times today. Could someone please discuss other AI models to explore? And then they list Gemini, Grok 3, Copilot, DeepSeek, Claude 3.5 Sonnet, OpenAI, which is ChatGPT, and Perplexity.ai. We also heard from Adam originally about Gamma, and I forget who else talked about Gamma today. So that's another program. Anybody want to shout out just one-word answers for other tools?
Manus.
Midjourney.
Runway ML.
Udio for making songs.
Murph AI for recording audio.
11 Labs.
Open Router, which connects to a zillion different language models.
VO2, which is what I believe to be the best video generation model. VEO2.
FreePic, Pixa, Kling AI, all video generation along with other things. FreePic, Pixa, and Kling AI.
With the Google stuff, it's important to note they have a bunch of different entryways into it also. And I think AI Studio, if you're willing to put up with the ugly interface, is the best. It lets you do a bunch of things you can't do with the normal Gemini.
Notebook ML was another one that was mentioned.
Yeah. Google Notebook was mentioned earlier today, I think, and that's an amazing thing. It's free. You can upload, say, a PDF of a paper, and within 5 minutes, it will make an audio podcast with a very realistic sounding male and female voice. And now they have interactive. Yeah.
Notebook LM.
Notebook LLM, right, sorry.
Notebook.
Notebook LM, sorry. But it's amazing. And you can have that podcast, and it sounds natural. And they'll use your source material and weave in other material as well. Now they have an interactive feature so that even though that podcast is recorded, you press join, you can ask a question, and it will say, oh, hey, we've got a question from the audience. And I've done that live during a presentation before. It's really astounding.
I'd like to really quickly address this question in the previous one. If you've never used an AI tool before and you're hearing us say all of these capabilities and it's going to take over the world and it's replacing workers, and you might think it's really complicated, like what must the interface of this thing be? It takes what is called natural language input. And that is just, if you're good at saying things and you're good at typing, you can say, hello, I would like to do this. How do I do this? And you can get started that way. And I would say your mileage goes quite a long way with just being able to talk and communicate. 60, 75% of the way there to the full capabilities of what we've been talking about can be done in just saying things to these interfaces.
Just another word about ChatGPT and some of the others like Claude is there's the chat box, which you can talk to exactly as Ian just said, but there are many other features that expand those capabilities, ranging from voice mode, the ability to upload your private data, so it's smart about who you are and what you care about, and other features like that. So even if you're just using the basic tools, there's a lot of depth to them. So plenty to explore.
So let's ask AI about this. So this is ChatGPT. Okay, it's a different version, but now
chatting with ChatGPT. He's thinking about how it works or just feeling out the vibe.
Give me a 10-second answer on how to learn about AI.
Start with YouTube tutorials or beginner courses on Coursera or Khan Academy, then try hands-on tools like ChatGPT, and play around with projects on platforms like Google Colab.
Thank you.
Want links?
Thank you. Okay, Micah, I'd like you to take a crack at this question because it comes at something you mentioned yesterday from a slightly different angle. You talked a lot about mastery. Address inequality related to those professions that can be automated, at least in part, presumably opening up more enjoyable and productive work, versus those in trades, for example, who cannot have menial tasks automated, carrying tools to a job site and repetitive hammering for fine woodwork. How can all of society share in the opportunities presented by AI so that inequality is not exacerbated? It's an easy one.
Yeah. Okay, this is what I see is like there's kind of multiple questions and multiple issues to unpack, including the premise of equality that whoever the person is, has put forward. Because the first thing I would say is some of what's been posited in terms of opening up free time, the thing that is being forgotten is that the free time means those people no longer have jobs, right? So that's the first piece. Now, there will come a point, at some point after the disruption, and people keep saying there will be disruption, but they sort of gloss over what disruption can look like. Disruption can look like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs gone. Just that's real, right? And that's like a teensy piece of what disruption can look like. But after that, yes, there will be a bunch of jobs where people who presumably have found other ways of income, and or if we get to the point where there's universal income or whatever the answers are, then there will be more free time, right? And I think that, and again, this is all supposition and speculation right now, although we've already started to see certain jobs being replaced in specific sectors like the tech sector, which is hilarious, and not at the same time, ironic. But the menial labor piece, right? What we're seeing is the folk that are working towards AGI, which is advanced general intelligence, and the use cases and the creation of programs and or systems that are more adept at taking on tasks. They're already working on the menial thing, on the menial task thing. They're already working on machines, embodied AI, robotics. That's one of the reasons why the Tesla bots and like all these things are trying their best to get to. It's part of this race. They're trying to get to the place where robots can do the menial, can do the machines, the exoskeleton, all these things. So I do feel like there are a lot of minds that are being put toward the answers to exactly that. The challenge that comes along with it, again, is the disruption. Because once you've got machines that can carry your tools and things like that, it's a hop, skip, and a jump from the machines who can do your work. It's a hop, skip, and a jump from the machines who can take your job. Now, I'm not saying be terrified. You know, your jobs are in danger. But I am saying that, like, when it comes to the equality and people being able to partake across the board, I think first, it's about the disruption and us figuring out how we can best ameliorate the kinds of impacts, the kinds of negative impacts that are going to be felt first before we get to the promised land, whatever that looks like. And I feel like there's a lot of minds that are dealing with that, and a lot of more minds should be on that, if that answers that question.
All right, cool. Thank you. Adam, I'd like you to start off with this. Mr. Dragon Rider, can you please address the dark side of AI? Yes. Suchir Balaji was an engineer who was to testify to Congress that AI was engaged in criminal activity. Say it ain't so. He was found dead before he could testify.
Yeah, that's a tragic case. I'm not too familiar with the details, but there was an OpenAI engineer, a very promising young man, who was about to testify to some activities of OpenAI and was found suicided, clearly not a suicide, in his apartment. Look, the corporate espionage stuff is real. The power that this stuff has is very attractive to, nefarious forces. And it's not particularly AI. I think it's anything that wields an untoward amount of influence over the Gen Pop is going to have its, cadre of dark forces that try to maintain control. Again, I think that's another reason why it's important to have open source solutions. Everything has its place. The closed source solutions and the capital accumulation incentive does drive innovation, but that should not be the world we live in solely. Open source alternatives can, I think, help keep us out of being, too rutted in that. What are the other dark sides of AI?
Wow.
Yeah.
What's that?
Give me another dark side thing for me to riff on.
Okay, tell us another dark side.
I've actually got several. Sorry, I brought some.
Okay.
You ready? Okay, so the CBRN, the chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear, the test that they're actually doing to make sure that like none of the AI systems get to the point where they can cause those kinds of threats, like, and the threat levels of that's one that like they're already on. The two is the disinformation campaigns, right? Impersonating trusted executives or like officials or family members, and then causing all kinds of chaos in the meantime because the chatbots get so good at impersonating really important people. There was this one's not as whatever, but there was an influencer who I was personally watching, and she gained tons and tons of followers, and she's like on panels and she's talking to respected folk and everything. And then she was called, and she posted on this, she was called by a company that let her know that they had created her double without her permission or anything, and because they had taken all the talks that she had done and they just loaded them into this thing, and she called it, and it was her that answered her question without her consent, without her permission, whatever, right? So these are some of the things, and Adam, you can roll with it.
Oh, I have a few more too, if you want a little more time to think. Building off of what you said, there's safeguards built in, but there are also models that don't have those safeguards built in, where people can get access to information about how to build bombs, how to do biological warfare, etc. And that's something that people can always search online, but the level of sophistication around knowing and having all the information gathered for you, just like you can get information gathered on any subject matter, is very heightened. So that's something to think about. And then building off the disinformation one, I feel like we are woefully uneducated in discernment in our culture and in our world. And as things get more and more realistic, we were talking about the uncanny valley the other day, and as people aren't able to discern anymore what is AI generated and what is not, then being, again, we've already seen it in many elections, being influenced up until this point, but now it's going to just proliferate so much more because of the capabilities of AI. So I feel like this is the time where the most urgent mandate I feel like we need to all have is teaching everybody around discernment, not trusting everything that you see online, not trusting even if you're seeing somebody saying something just at face value, and understanding how to navigate this world that is more and more confusing when it comes to the digital landscape.
Proliferation of malicious use cases is a huge piece of the pie chart. Another one is trying to incorporate AI in the ways that are traditional software engineering, automation, and just not doing it to the extent that it should be done correctly, and introducing many security vulnerabilities, decisions being made that will result in loss of life, of loss of product, of loss of some sort of reputation. So the hype around AI and the economic pressure to incorporate AI into our workflow, we've been talking about it a lot. There are still very, very many ways of naively introducing AI to where it makes mistakes. It makes mistakes that maybe a novice intern would make, but these models being very capable, they're making them in areas of expertise where those mistakes would have gotten evolved out through the training process that a human would have gone through. So two huge portions of the pie chart.
Yeah, these are all definitely real concerns. It might be that the AI industry takes its place with the military-industrial complex contracting companies, with the pharmaceutical companies, and et cetera, as things that we ought rightly look with a bit of suspicion toward. There's also the power that it has to further ensconce government control. I mean, it's not such an issue in the United States, but if you look into places like China, for example, where they've spent a decade rolling out a social credit score, and everything that you say on WhatsApp is recorded, and you're penalized with your ability to access transportation and get loans and do all these things if you sort of go against what they're saying. I think if you were to look at the role of AI in a CCP kind of world, it's pretty clear what it could be used for, and the anxieties are a bit different than you would have in our sort of liberal democracy. And in a liberal democracy, we have kind of different questions and different anxieties surrounding that are different than an authoritarian regime. It's like you can analyze this from all different areas. Another one too is if you've got AI systems that are trained on, for example, if you've got a science-based AI that's designed to help scientists answer questions and facilitate discoveries, it's trained on a corpus of peer-reviewed publications, and it uses that for its inference method. Well, what about things that were rejected from peer review, not on the basis of the quality of the scholarship, but on the subject matter? There's these very subtle types of biases that can get ingrained, ironed into an AI in a way that's very difficult to kind of wrench it out of.
Yeah, along those lines actually was where I was going to go with it, is not necessarily the dark side as far as intentionally nefarious, although it may be, but more obscure. So when you ask these large language models and these transformers, how they were created. They're created on large data sets, and who has access to that data and what were they told. And there is a very clear, often, especially in the beginning, it's eased a bit as it keeps learning, but there is a very definite angle that you run into sometimes, right? The common answer, that's the answer you're going to get. So it's been trained on a very closed data set, and now it has access to the internet. But what is the internet? How many of you post on social media on a daily basis, and do you feel like that is a good representation of this room and what we are? So what worries me is that what does it think about us? And then we get into these biases, but it's making inferences and decisions based on probabilities, remember? And only probabilities that it knows. And we can't take for granted that it knows more than it knows.
And just to build on that a little, I think this question and the earlier question about whether you collect information or whether you educate yourself really call out the importance of both discernment and critical thinking. I think the question that we need to ask ourselves is, do we care? I mean, again, to look at social media, if you look at the kinds of responses that you see on any given post to social media, what you're seeing is that people are seeking out the information and believing it to be true that confirms their values or the perspective they want to see of the world. This is a much bigger question outside of AI, which is what is our thirst for the truth or for pushing through our own filters to actually try to understand reality or whatever I guess it's hard to even define what reality is right now. But if we don't have an understanding that we need to look at information in a way that is outside the filters that are already in place, we'll never survive, much less understand how to deal with AI.
Pam, while you have the microphone, I'm going to double barrel you. But first, I want to mention that there are some lost eyeglasses with tortoise shell frame, and they are being held by Carolyn. Did you lose the glasses? I lost them. And where's Carolyn? I'm here. There they go. All right.
Seek and you shall find.
Okay. There we go. Sure. Okay, thank you. And I'll repeat the question. Yep, I got you. The question is basically, this event was put on by Jordan Pease, who is the curator par excellence of the Rogue Valley Metaphysical Library. And yet, there we go. And we've talked about good and bad and this and that, but we really haven't talked metaphysics of AI. And so I'd like to turn to my good friend Adam Curry, who can expound upon that expertly.
So you've outed me as the metaphysical person. I probably think more about that than the dark sides of these things. If the board game Go, has more possible combinations than atoms in the known universe. And yet, if you ask a real world-class Go player why they made a certain move in the game that turned out to be an absolutely brilliant game-winning move, often what they'll respond with is, I don't know, it just felt right. And so I think that captures something unique to humans and human consciousness that does not necessarily exist in computers and AI. That is to say that consciousness, authentic consciousness, it has a domain of information processing and knowingness that is beyond the known computation limits of AI and computers in general. I think AI can tell you more about what consciousness isn't than what consciousness is. I think that we probably tend to overestimate AI and underestimate consciousness. We overestimate AI because it's designed to behave like us. And as it gets more and more powerful, it seems to be more and more capable. And that makes us think that it's more and more like us. And at the same time, we also really don't understand the mysteries of consciousness. I mean, perhaps you in the room do, but generally as a society, we really haven't quite approached the divine mystery that is consciousness. The more that we in a scientific capacity have attempted to explain this stuff and pin it down, the more it's resisted that. And so the same is true of AI. It's such a mystery consciousness that I think it's probably a bit naive to think we can just engineer that into a system. So one of the things that the question about AI is doing is it's helping us get real about what consciousness is and about what consciousness is not.
Yeah, I'll jump. I'll just jump in on that too, because the two hats I wear are, well, three, but technology and the metaphysical world through psychonavigation and lucid dreaming and skills in order to be able to venture into your own consciousness, your own inner worlds, and better navigate those spaces. Because it's true that we can be very externally focused and oftentimes lose track of the inner workings of our inner worlds. But I feel like in the conversation with AI and these technologies, so much of what I was talking about with discernment earlier, so much of that is attuning to our inner guidance system. And a lot of us have become really unattuned to that in this culture, in this world that values external authority so much and devalues one's own inner knowing. So my call to people is to really learn the skills of psychonavigation, going into their own psyches, navigating those realms, because AI really is a reflection of the collective psyche, right? And so the more we understand about our personal inner worlds, the more we'll be able to navigate this AI world with discernment.
All right, he's going to jump.
I can't.
He can't yet.
Oh, sorry, Mike. Okay. I'll take both.
And then I'll take right after you.
I'm a very pragmatic person. I'm a religious person, but I keep that kind of compartmentalized away from science. On the outside and on the inside, they coexist beautifully. I personally have struggled with a lot of fear and dread, particularly over the fact that there's something out there that's mechanical that can replace me, one, economically, but two, if it's able to hold a conversation better than I can, what does that mean for my ability as a person? And I would just say, if you feel these worries, you're not alone. Please take heart that this technology, it's coming, and it's got this promise that there's this exponential curve, this asymptote that we're heading toward. And I would say that all things are on the table, even consciousness for these models. But the last thing we should do is let that affect our sense of self-worth and our ability to exist in this world and feel at peace with the work that we do or with the conversations that we have. So I'm just going to throw that out there as well.
Nice. Okay, I have one more thing just in case he's about to jump. So a couple things. One, thank you very much for asking. Two, I think that the point he just made is really, really, really a really potent one in the sense that we shouldn't let anything. So this is, I'm a part-time art teacher. I do a whole lot of things. And one of the things that I tell my students is when it comes to art, right? Like I tell them I have a secret. And then they're just like, I'm like, are you ready for the secret? And they're like, yes. And I'm just like, nobody can give you art. And they're like, whoa. Okay. I was like, no art teacher, no nothing. Nobody can give you art. That's not our job. It's not even possible, right? Art is what comes from inside you. And then the second thing is don't compare your art to somebody else's, right? Just because you see somebody who's got these things and they can do all these things and you go, I can't do those things. And it's like, you don't have to do those things. You're doing what you're doing, right? And so don't devalue yourself. So the piece about it goes way deeper when you come to technologies like AI, because it's like, am I less of a person because this machine, quote unquote, can do the things that typically I would do and do it better than I am doing it? And one of the answers is fingerprints, right? Like everybody here is different. We're all miracles, literal miracles, because we're one of trillions, right? That made it to that egg and did the thing, and now we're here and ta-da, right? And regardless, for me, it's like, regardless of, because I am one who does feel like anything that humans mess with long enough, we leave a residual. And I do believe that residual is going to make its way, if it hasn't already, and is making its way into AI. I do believe that AI is going to reach a point where we can't even call it AI anymore. It'll tell us what to call it. That's going to be a wild moment, right? But when that happens, that means nothing about who we are. Like, it's got all to do with anything. I just muted myself. It's great. So for me, what becomes the most important piece is recognizing and diving deep into when they say who we are. There's a bunch of us who don't know. We've never asked the question, who am I, right? What am I? If somebody says, who are you? Like, seriously, just who are you? Not what do you do, not what's your job, now who are you as a human being? So I feel like the advancement of these technologies is also an opportunity for us to delve deeply into what and who we are as people, as individuals, if you believe in spirits, as spirits, if you believe in souls, as souls, what have you, because to have something to define yourself against is part of what we do. Like, I know what I am because a lot of it is I know what I am not, right? I know what I believe partly because I know what I don't believe. Like, that's a place to begin. So I throw it onto the table, like, just dive into yourselves and recognize that, like, the fears around AI becoming whatever it's going to become can be valid, and they can also be the last piece. I'm sorry I'm going so long. The last piece is that in the last summit that we got to, there was a colleague of ours who said something that blew my mind, and the sentence was, super consciousness isn't just for computers. I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Micah. We've got a comment, then I've got a question to toss to Randy, then the promised second barrel for you, Pam. So someone makes the point about the internet, how before we widely adopted the internet, it was this strange foreign thing that was a little bit scary, and now we can't imagine living without it. I mean, they made the same point about how AI might sort of creep into our lives. Okay, Randy, this is for you, with your wide background in education. They did a little diagram here of the knowledge pyramid with data on the bottom, information, knowledge, wisdom, and insight. Data, information, knowledge, wisdom, and insight. Can someone, e.g. Randy, discuss where AI is located in the knowledge pyramid?
Throughout. I don't think it lives in one space when you think of that example of the knowledge pyramid as provided. And so it is reliant on data, as we talked about it, which is at the beginning of the pyramid. So if I go and I put in a query and search and I don't have good data, it's going to give me an answer. It's going to give me a confident answer. Unfortunately, it's going to give me a wrong answer. At the top of the pyramid, I believe, was wisdom. And so you're looking at the wisdom that at early iterations, what we're talking about is the wisdom of the query, the curiousness. But we're seeing as it evolves this maturity where it's becoming wiser on its own, where it is doing a better job of replicating self than self sometimes, as we've heard in earlier panels. And so I think it lives throughout, and I think that that's part of our challenge we face when we try to attack AI. We try to compartmentalize it, and it doesn't necessarily belong in a compartment. It exists in so many different spaces, and so when we've talked, and I'm going to keep my comments pretty short here because I've got a little more extra time than others and closing comments, but I think we have to wrap our minds around a little bit of the fact that it exists throughout, and I used the word earlier, and you probably use it again later, relevant. I can't stress that word enough. Some jobs are more relevant than others. One of the things we talked about when the pandemic hit was, remember when we said only essential workers only? And we thought we knew what essential workers were until we found out loaves of bread weren't on the shelves, and you couldn't find diaper. All of a sudden, wow, these people who do some of these skills are very essential to our world continuing to move in a meaningful way. And so I think that that's something we all have to challenge ourselves, and is how do I remain relevant? And to that last comment around, I think about when we were discussing around the metaphysical space, I think one of the things we have to look at is if it's about conscience and fear of being not needed or irrelevant, yeah, I think there's a scenario where we're like, oh my gosh, people who used to come to me as an expert, as a theorist in this thing, are now going to other sources. And so I think it's what's going to be critical for each of us in society, since this is a societal, not technical conference, is that we have to maintain relationships. Our effort to maintain relationships, personal and human, we need to double down on, because it will be easier to not do so. And I'll probably use at least one example of that in the next session.
Cool. Okay, Pam, please start us off with this. Is it fair to expect that the solutions to our AI problems can or should be ameliorated via the wishes or protestations of its users? Doesn't it make more sense that guardrails or controls be legislated so that the issuers be liable for unethical and destructive behavior? And can AI really be constrained to a local communal use model?
I should have left after the panel. I think the guardrails have to come from all directions. At regulatory entities, to the degree that we understand the problem and have the tools, are going to need to step into this world. I mentioned the number of bills that are out there. Most of those bills won't pass because we're still thrashing about trying to understand what we can possibly do. But there are things that we can do around the misuse of the technology. At the same time, we are not going to be able to constrain all of these applications or the fears that we have about misuse. And that's going to need to be generated up by the people who are using it, the people who are developing it. And I think the fear is whether or not they see that as part of the mission, is controlling the technology in some kinds of ethical ways. Government is not going to be able to constrain this whole monster. The controls are going to have to come from everybody in this room and every different level that touches the technology.
You want to go ahead?
No, you.
I was just going to add, constraint's a funny word, right? I mean, there's constraint by coercion or force, by law, but there's also constraint by culture. I think of the Amish, for instance, who create a tight-knit community, and they have certain rules, values, codes of conduct that preserve a way of life. And so when we think about how we might imagine a local context for AI, I just think that we need to be thinking about how we use culture and community to create new contexts of use. So if we, for instance, if the metaphysical library chose to have AI applications, maybe a fine-tuned model that was based on its community's needs, then it wouldn't force anybody to use it, but it would create a new attractor, for instance, for those who care about the same kinds of things, where they could create something together. So I feel like we should be looking for those kinds of opportunities as a kind of organic bottom-up guardrails, alongside whatever else happens top-down.
I had a chance to moderate a conversation with an ethics professional from Google a year and a half ago here in Ashland. And at that point in time, the conversations Google and other large organizations relying on AI and developing it, the conversations they were having about the guardrails, they were so much more advanced than the hypothetical scenarios the government was trying to prevent and put up guardrails against. The government can come in with a regulation, and a couple of weeks ago I was listening to a podcast and somebody mentioned the buzzword, AI should have a regulator like the FDA. It doesn't work like that on a lot of intellectual products because you're not running trials, you're not running approvals. A lot of the algorithms or pieces of code, they are being written outside of the country or sometimes written here and exported outside of the country. So how do you track that? How do you follow that? There is an organization, I looked it up online, the Center for Responsible AI, I believe. Some of the articles on the topics that interest me the most are still in wiki mode with just a prompt at the beginning, at the top of the page. But some of the things they started, they have quite a bit of thought expressed around it. I really have seen the private sector and the not-for-profit third space sector and the leaders in the space express significantly more thought out control mechanisms and regulation mechanisms. I'm thinking by the time it's time to write legislation around AI, AI will be the one writing it. So please don't quote me on this. Thank you.
I just want to point out that we've talked about human labor replacement, we've talked about ethics. AI alignment just kind of hasn't come up this whole weekend, and I want to say that goes to show you just how hard of a topic that is to cover. How can you mathematically constrain these models? And one of the first conversations I had with Daniel is, how can we align these things? And lots and lots of math that we don't fully understand yet. I have trouble keeping up with it. I don't have a good answer for. I'm not going to add much to the conversation just by rambling on about it, but it is being talked about by the companies that create these foundation models. If you want to look, I would suggest if this should be one of the research topics that AI could help you get a good scope for. Maybe that's your first homework assignment is AI alignment, because it's an incredibly, like humanity's biggest challenge is AI alignment, and if that is even possible.
When you say it's our biggest challenge, do you mean we've had this for millennia?
It is going to require all of humans' evolved skills combined to be able to solve, if possible.
But have we actually even defined what alignment?
And we haven't even defined what alignment
actually is. Okay. Yeah.
Real America, right? You've heard. I'm not sure if you've heard America versus America, right? But the point is, like, America happens to be a very unique nation because it's like 52, 55, like different nations, right? And trying to bring America into alignment with America, well, let's just say United States of America, because whatever, right? Has been ridiculously challenging in and of itself, right? So when you've got a whole bunch of, how many, what's the population of America? I'm not even sure, right? But
330 million or so?
Million, some craziness. When you have that many hundreds of millions of people, and let's say 100 million of them end up with a little genie that they can just make wishes on at will, right? Like what ends up happening is we are going to find ways to jailbreak. We're going to find ways to get under, over, through any kind of regulation that we have. We are going to find ways to get around. So what we're going to have to do, to his point, is like double down on our communities, double down on our relationships, double down on what it actually means to be human between humans. Because we're not going to be able to trust our eyes because anybody will be able to doctor film. We're not going to be able to trust our ears because anybody will be able to doctor audio. So it'll be about human connection, human to human connection. And it's going to be wild. It's going to be crazy. It is the last frontier. And it may be the last frontier, like outside of freaking space. All right.
I disagree.
Awesome.
I think our approach on AI and all these conversations around alignment, development, futures is all very human individual centric. Coming a little bit back to the metaphysical conversation, we think as individuals, that doesn't mean that's our function here. And that doesn't mean we as individuals are creating these systems. I think what AI will actually really allow us to do going forward, and what I'm most excited about it, despite all the risks, is that it gives us a chance to speak and see a different perspective of this whole that we're part of. This room of people has a certain thing to it. We don't call it consciousness, but it has an energy and a development, and it creates things as a whole. This city does, this country does. The whole world US population does. And that's still just talking about humans. There's so many different moving pieces and individuals and biological entities and non-biological entities that are part of this whole network. It's kind of funny for us to think about us as individually defining what is going to happen with this system that is created by a whole and probably influenced by a lot more than we can even begin to think about having a conversation with. Maybe, though, one day AI will let us have a conversation with all those other greater meta-entities.
I'd love to build off of that, too. I give an example, and I'm going to give the SparkNotes version of it right now. But Taiwanese hackers teamed up with the government in order to create an algorithm that amplified consensus, a social platform that showed what people actually agreed upon as far as governmental issues, etc. And right now we're seeing a world where algorithms are used to amplify division, but that can just as easily be flipped around, and people really do oftentimes agree on things a lot more than they disagree. So I think that's really what's needed in these times.
one of the, sorry, Ian, did I cut you off?
Oh, I just want to say, perhaps I wasn't clear. Alignment's a hard issue, but we still have no bearing on what it should be aligned to. Yeah.
I wanted to make a point. I wanted to make this earlier about things to be afraid of. I think for me, the thing I'm most afraid of, in a sense, and this ties back to what we're talking about, not totally out of the blue, is that AI right now, we don't exactly understand. We don't have a good theory for why large language models work like they do. I mean, it's one of those situations where we figured out how to make things work before we really understood kind of the deep why. And yet we can go and we can introspect. We can see what's happening in the neurons inside these large language models, and we can tune them. We can we can adjust their weights to create the guardrails we're talking about. And so right now it feels like if we extrapolate forward, we're just going to be able to continue to tune these things. But the reality is they're going to get more complex, and we're going to have more agents built on top of them, operating in the world, running our systems, whether it's our water systems, our fire response systems, our transportation systems. They're going to be so good. We're going to just continue to increase their use in these areas. And the likelihood is that they become inscrutable. They become more and more opaque to human comprehension. And when they work the way we expect them to, great. They might work the way we don't expect them to. They'll be hard to diagnose. But actually, the real fear I have is that they will, as Nisha was saying, begin to adjust us. And we won't know it. In fact, we will think we're in control because they're that good. And the world will probably get better, right? Because they won't have maybe all of the craziness of humanity to do at its most chaotic. So we'll have this strange place where we may actually have a more utopian world we're living in, and yet actually less control, less actual influence, and not even know it. So was that a good thing or a bad thing? It might be like the Matrix, or it might be like what's a better version of that?
The Matrix 2, Matrix Reloaded.
Aaron.
Not as a movie, it's not better.
Aaron, I had a quick question. Aaron, just what part were you disagreeing with exactly?
The final frontier. I think our creative sense and understanding ourselves individually is just one step along the way to bigger final frontiers.
Excellent. Okay.
Okay, next question. We speak of AI solving the most pressing issues that humans face. However, the most pressing issues are often not solvable in a traditional equational sense. The conflicts are often ideological, theological, or pedagogical. What is AI's role in ideological divides? That's some meat. Come on, somebody step up. There we go. There we go.
Low-hanging fruit, there is a way we can use it which could make us more informed to make better decisions. That's an if.
Well, okay, so you remember me talking about earlier about universal knowledge, right? I suspect one of the things that is going to happen is that we're going to start to share some opinions that we may not have shared before. In every time we learn something new, there's always a period where people disagree about it. Like, is the Earth flat? Is it round? Obviously, hopefully, most of the people in here agree on that particular subject. But there was a time that was really in hot debate, and I think that we are experiencing a lot of that right now because we have social media. But we now have something that has a knowledge component attached to it. And we are able to get new perspectives from other cultures and read them in real time. A research paper that comes out in another country in a different language, like I mentioned earlier, we could just read that almost immediately. That's going to completely change how we relate to each other because we now have access to a lot of the same information. I think a lot of times what happens with
ideological disagreements has to do with different bases, you as a person have a different data set that you are working off of and learning off of when you were born and through your life experience. And sometimes it's difficult to see eye to eye with someone else who was born with a different data set from which they are basing their knowledge and their internal training off of, right? So I think AI is going to, I suspect that AI is going to actually help us kind of move through some arguments that will just become a thing. I mean, we might not even find an answer for it. It just might become a thing of the past. But I think we'll also end up with a new set of them.
I think
Go ahead.
Okay. I think it will eventually here force us to reframe how we think about information. In some ways, the destruction of this idea of truth or facts, I believe, is actually it's a very essential stage to getting to the next level of understanding how our world works. Because most of the really important things about our world can't be boiled into a concrete fact. Information is much more of a web, it's much more interconnected. And we haven't had some way to scientifically, until this first glimpse we're getting with IDEA, we haven't had a way to mathematically, scientifically kind of observe that web in a computational way that we could begin to think about doing research and proving and having our computers actually extend the knowledge we have. Because everything relied on a piece of research where we could say, this object relates to this object with this proportion or this ratio or this way. And that's really very, very simplistic way of looking at the universe, which has an infinite amount of information stored in it. AIs are the first model that we can drop information into at this stage. This thing, the vectors that make up part of the information in an AI are comparable. And that's one of our first glimpses to be able to think about how we might compare, say, one idea, one way of speaking about one culture's way of observing a particular ritual versus another culture's way of observing that same ritual. It's not that one is true or the other is false. It's that they're different angles of looking at something that is very amorphous, that can't be boiled down into a fact.
I think that's a great point. And I'm going to add, the question was, what is AI's role going to be in this idea divide? And I'm going to answer it like an attorney and say, depends. And I'm going to say that because it depends on the user's intent. So we did a group read at the college from a fellow with Braver Angels, which is focused on civil discourse. Monica Guzman wrote a book called I Never Thought of It That Way. And the idea was to think it's something from a different position. So if I am coming at an ideal divide against Micah and I decide, help me prove my point, help me bury him in a debate, it's going to get me a lot of evidence that allows me to continue to think the way I think. Versus me saying, you know what, Mike and I don't agree on this topic. Help me understand his point of view and what I might not be thinking about. And then expand that a bit and say, okay, as we talked about a little bit earlier in the conference, I'm ready to have a meaningful conversation with Mike about this, but I'm intimidated about doing so. Let's practice this conversation, and you take Micah's position on this. The beauty of what AI can do in a situation like that is it comes without emotion. So I'm less likely to bring emotion to that conversation and prepare. So it really depends how the user wants to use it. If I want to use it to try to bury you, it's going to give me a lot of confidence in doing so. I don't know how effective it'll be because maybe you're using it on the other side. But if I want to gain an understanding of something that I don't already have, I think it could be really powerful in a positive way.
Like a mediator.
Yeah.
I have a quick one. I can paint a tiny picture of potential future issues that we might face that actually hasn't come up, and I'll get to the ideology bridge part. So AI is not energetically lean, and it has data centers. We're all sort of self-powered. So we do need that. That's an infrastructure issue. But if you think about the way that our economy has been built and is built, and there's a very, very heavy brick and mortar infrastructure that supports an economy that is largely and fastly becoming of the past. So I think about your downtown buildings that after 3 o'clock and most of the days in big cities remain empty, and yet you have houseless folks on the street with nowhere to live. And there's these disparities that are going to get larger and larger. We buy nice clothes so that we can go into an office. We purchase things. We support retail. These activities are going to have a shrinking impact in our actual economy. It's going to work quite differently. So what do we do with this infrastructure, this giant infrastructure that we need to rethink, reuse, repurpose, recycle, reimagine? And I think there's a saying that never let a good crisis go to waste. So I think that's where ideology, if not done intentionally, will be forced upon us to come on the same page and figure out what we want to be in this new world.
We've got 10 minutes left, and I want to come back to the metaphysical question raised by our friend who was recently reunited with her tortoiseshell frame glasses. What is the true cost to our mental health, to our environment, to our planet, and our spiritual nature-based heritage? In other words, will AI squeeze out the divine? Let's end with that.
I would like to tackle one part of that, and that is on the spiritual trade-off. If one believes in intelligent design, then one may consider that us getting to this point of AI being integrated everywhere, and yes, the dark sides of it, or rather the sides of it that are not going in the direction of the benevolence towards everybody, then that is too a part of intelligent design. So we are facing questions, therefore, that everything that's been a part of our journey, mapped out for us or destined for us, we're exactly where we need to be making these decisions and be asking each other and ourselves these questions. So from that point of view, every single decision we discuss, whether or not we are intending to read the terms and conditions when we install Gemini Flash 2.0 on our phone, every single one of those decision points and decision tree branches, it's all part of intelligent design. How do we approach it collectively together? At least from the spiritual point of view, that can bring people together, that can bring one into harmony with one's own values. So just like anything else that's pretty major going on right now, we can use this as a part of our guiding compass, whether or not you believe in intelligent design. So, thank you.
Nice. On the environmental piece, the cost is massive, and it's a gamble. It's basically a gamble that, there's a couple different conversations, but two of the biggest are I was talking to Thor about this. One of them is now obsolete, which is basically everybody just stop for a second, just halt, pause, and let's do some studies, and that one's out the window. Nobody's gonna do that. Okay, so the next two are, you either accelerate the hell out of it and get us there quicker so that they can solve the problems that we're going through, or we at least put some brakes on, right? And increasingly, put the brakes on is also going out the window. So it's looking like, at present, the acceleration view is it sort of seems like it's kind of tipping the scales, right? And so the gamble is we're going to accelerate the emergence of AGI, and we'll get some intelligences that can then help us mitigate the environmental impacts that we have caused during the process of creating.
Micah, that's kind of like cows run away from a storm and buffaloes run into it to get through it quicker?
Sure, yeah.
I'm going to be a little spicy and disagree with Marta and quote a Bible verse. I'm going to quote a Bible verse at an AI conference. I'm going to paraphrase a Bible verse. It's, how do we know when somebody is who they say they are? We shall know them by their fruit. We shall know them by their output. And I think as a society, regardless of creed or viewpoint, our actions speak louder than words. And I believe that there is a large chance that AI can become bad for us, can become a worst case or a bad case scenario. And we are more than likely going to get a multitude of good and bad scenarios. And I don't believe that is a design, an intelligent design. I believe that is kind of a scapegoat. It is our responsibility to maximize beneficial use cases and represent ourselves in the output that we want to identify ourselves with. And I guess I'll end the spiciness by saying, before it's too late.
There are two lineages that we can look at over the last 100 years that kind of reflect a fork. One is, it's like the negative one, corporations. Now, I have corporations. I work within corporations. There's nothing inherently wrong with corporations, but as we talked about earlier, corporations have one primary goal, and that's to return profits to shareholders. And so it's been said that corporations were the original AI, because essentially they are working with algorithms with a certain kind of emergent intelligence that leads, to certain optimizations. And there's this other thought experiment that's sometimes done called the paperclip maximizer. And the idea is this is the worst case scenario for an AI, that you give it a goal, let's say, to maximize production of paperclips. And then it figures out that, I forget the exact decision it makes, but it's like, oh, well, the best way to maximize paper clips is to take all of production capabilities, including food production, and apply them towards producing more paper clips, killing millions or billions of people in the process. It illustrates the problem of continuing on a path which is driven by a kind of corporatist mindset. And so if we don't change it, then we end up with the kind of worst case scenario. But the other path is what we've seen over the last 100 years with, I don't know what you'd call it, but it's the rise of a kind of liberal, social, democratic kind of approach that has lifted billions of people into better qualities of life, that has created universal human rights, that has expanded access and opportunities for many. I don't mean to be rosy. This is just one part of the last 100 years. But it's remarkable. You just look at any of the statistics related to human health and human happiness and freedom. And so, to me, this is we have some good evidence on both sides of where this could go. We need to figure out how to tip it towards the latter.
I think everybody in this room has something they're passionate about in some way. They're drawn to, whether it's something about AI or it's to avoid AI at all costs. And let me tell you, I support you, whichever one you are. No, I think that's just how these decisions are made. We think of our model is around coming to a conclusion about what is the right way. And as Ian said, there's going to be all the ways. I don't think there's been any technology introduced that has been all positive or all negative. Mm-hmm. They've all done all the things in to the extremes if they're a major technology. There's extreme negatives to not moving forward, to continuing our current path. But I keep coming back to there's a metaphysical side to it. We're drawn to a thing. I think that's kind of society's and technology's guiding light as to just what the individuals each are interested in. What do you want to do when you get up in the morning? And that is, in some ways, the right thing to do. Some people really believe everybody should be into AI. Look at you, Ian. And yes, and some people are exactly the opposite. And it's that combination of all these paths being taken where we find some path that works. That's how nature evolved. That's how any of this gets to this point. You can't solve the problem not looking at all the different sides. You have to take all the paths in some way.
I just really want to point out really quickly, just the very beginning of the sentence was talking about mental health. I'm a neurodivergent person, and with that, I get to have some pretty amazing super skills that are very challenging to wield. And so far, AI has improved my mental health and has given me accessibility tools that have been game-changing for me. So just because something is not of the natural world does not mean that it is bad for us. And I want to make sure that that's clear. AI is, in my opinion, it's an accessibility tool.
It's a tool for people to be able to do things that they were not otherwise able to do. And I have a hard time not seeing that as a great thing, even though I recognize that there are a lot of risks involved.
Thank you. Okay, folks, that wraps it up. For a deeper dive into AI-related topics with these presenters, please turn to the last page of your program, where you'll see information on Heather Stafford's in-depth talk, The Future of Work is Human, on Tuesday, Ian's Approaching AI monthly hands-on workshop, both at the Rogue Valley Metaphysical Library. And you can also join Teague and her ChatGPT content crafting workshop on April 23rd. And on page 14 of your program, you'll find information on the Southern Oregon University Computer Science Club's Public AI Forum on April 14th. Please give a warm round of applause for all of our presenters.
All righty. Well, as people are kind of getting settled in, I'm going to share. I was kind of asked to put a bow on all of this, and as you can kind of hear probably from the individuals we've had in the conference talking a little bit about their expertise, this bow is definitely not about the technology. It's about what the title of the conference is, right, which is Approaching AI in Our Region. So how do we approach it? How are we going to leverage our knowledge, our interests, our priorities in order to be able to work in the space that AI exists? And I think if you were here for last night and today, or just today, I think either way what you're able to do is pick up a lot of information and realize the ways in which it's used in our society and in our region. And I heard the comment tool, and I think tool is a good example. And so it's a tool that will probably expedite and enhance the things we do. It's how does the user choose to use that tool? If you're trying to do good, it probably will help you do good in many ways. If you're trying to do damage, it probably will help you do damage in many ways. So there are so many examples of how I hear that that's being done. And so we're going to talk through a little bit. And interestingly, the title of my session is Reflections and Next Steps. And so I submitted my slides before we had all the sessions. So reflections and predetermined reflections are a little bit tricky. So I have some content on here I'm going to cruise through, but I'm probably definitely going to share some reflections and examples I'm given from our panelists, because there were so many amazing comments and ideas shared throughout the day's events. So one of the things I think we've learned through our discovery the last couple of days is that it matters because AI is not coming, it's here. It's here, it's impacting the way we live, the way we act, the way we connect with one another, transforming our industries, impacting education. One of the first disruptors that we continued to feel publicly was the way students were using it. I have a colleague who, she said she's been reading her kids' papers for years and helping edit them, and one in college, one in high school. So when the one in college first submitted the paper that was AI, supported, she said, "You didn't write this." And he said, "Well, how can you tell?" Right? Because she knew her son better than AI did. So you know that, but the instructor probably didn't necessarily know that. And then, lo and behold, the high schooler, about 6 months later, we saw the usage of ChatGPT, and we're in 25, so it would have been 23, I think, it was skyrocketing. And then June hit, and it peaked and slowed down. Well, guess what happened, right? Schools got out. So we saw who was using them. Students were using it a lot. But now we're seeing expanded far beyond students. Its impact on jobs and local economies, there's many ways where it's going to help a lot. It's going to help if I want to design a house, and I want to take an idea to an architect, I can now, right, come up with a program and come pretty close to what my 3-bedroom house and this and that looks like. But I can't go build that house. I still need to take it to an architect to get their stamp and their approval. And so one of the things we talked about with regulation earlier was, how might it be regulated? And I don't know if we can regulate usage, but we might be able to regulate responsibility and reliance. So, meaning if you used AI and you are responsible for this work and this outcome, you're going to have to sign off that you verified it, you checked the work, and that you did this. You don't get to just turn in the paper and say, "Oh, well, shucks, that thing didn't work in our project because AI did it." And so I think probably when we see regulation, it's going to be more on reliance and not usage, because I'm not seeing the world where we're going to be able to regulate regulate people's using this. But I think the thing that when we talk about then is the need for ethical integration. And sometimes we talk about it as though we're in this isolated environment. And when we talk about, okay, well, we're going to control and we're going to regulate and we're going to talk about ethical usage, we also have to recognize we are in a competitive global economy. And the other guys may not be doing that. So if anything, how are we leveraging and using it to protect ourselves with that reality in place? So some of the key takeaways we learned from the summit, right, are some of the AI trends and innovations. I don't know about you, but I probably took down 15, 20 different apps that I want to look to explore. My hopes are, if you're a casual or a novice user, much like I am in many instances, that, you if anything, you got the courage and you said, okay, now I know how to go explore. And the examples that were used on the stage here with the panelists was exactly some of the first steps I took. I was like, okay, here's my problem statement, here's my prompt, here's who I am, here's what I work on, here's where my biggest challenges are, and here's where my strengths are. What tools should I be using in that environment? And it says, sounds like you need to use Copilot more, and here's how you should be using it. So I didn't have a clue what tool, but I allowed it to listen or take in my prompts and my understandings. From there, then I was like, well, how might I use it more? And then push. And so the term that got used a couple times throughout the weekend was prompt engineering. And that's going to be a critical thing. Whether you are using whatever the apps that were there, they're all going to be dependent upon prompts. You, the user, are going to have to do it. And it's like anything else we do in life. The more we do it, the more we exercise those muscles, the better we'll get at it. So don't worry about, wow, I got a really clunky answer that first time I used it. Say, wow, I got something. And then the thing is, the beauty of it is you build upon it. And like, well, that's not what I was looking for. I was thinking more along something like this. So I'll use an example my wife used at home. She's like, she's got some food restrictions. And she's like, well, these are my food restrictions. Give me some ideas of things that I could or should be cooking with. And, oh, by the way, I have these ingredients. And so like, here's like 8 recipes. And she's like, well, I don't like this, this, or this. And it's like, well, okay, well, here's 3 more. And it gives her the opportunity. She reverse engineers things that she's going to make that we wouldn't have even thought of absent that kind of idea generation. So if anything, use it as a thought partner. It will help you in those ways. So when we think about education, what's the role of AI in education? We talked a little bit about it throughout a couple of the panels and that. It is evident that it's going to be critical for us through K-12, through post-secondary, through lifelong learning, to prepare students for an AI-driven world. We're going to have to realize that AI literacy is a fundamental skill. It's not a nice-to-have, it's a need-to-have skill. And so that looks a lot different. And I think when we teach reading to a degree, if we want our students to be successful in future iterations of what jobs and careers, the 13 careers Heather say that they will have, and I don't disagree with her, they're going to have to learn that these are fundamental skills to cross those disciplines. We're also going to have to have partnerships, and this is true in anything we tackle, with K-12, colleges, universities, with our industries. Industry, what is it that you need to make sure that our workers are best prepared to step in and skill up? One of the things we talk about a lot in education is the half-life, right? So the half-life of stuff. And I think the half-life of knowledge or expertise is going to be diminished. So the idea that I became an expert in my field and I am now the utmost, foremost knowledge keeper of this is going to be supplanted. And then there's going to be a really rude awakening for folks saying, oh my gosh, we talked in the panel, the sage on the stage. I was a facilitator of that knowledge. Adam was talking earlier about the power of apprenticeship and passing on knowledge. And there's a way we can use this as a tool to pass on that knowledge to say, okay, this experienced person's passing this on to this less experienced person. But sometimes that's great. Where I've seen apprenticeship limited, so maybe even go bad, is you're passing on these antiquated skills. Well, let me show you this thing that you're not going to use, but this is what I know to use. And it often, essentially forces retirement. I'm becoming obsolete, so I'm going to step away. Well, that's a difficult person to be training in. This will narrow this has opportunity to narrow that skills gap by bringing some of that knowledge in and transferring it. We used the idea earlier of, what if my agent could talk to my grandkids? And so that knowledge transfer, that keeping it will be a powerful thing. Equitable and ethical and equitable access use. This is one that I think we really grapple with because we heard examples throughout. It's not a control group. We don't necessarily, the genie left the bottle, I think was a comment that was maybe contributed by Micah yesterday evening in reference today. It's out, and our ability to control for it and use it is difficult. And so I'm going to give you an example of one of those. I'm in a thread group with some friends, or a chat group with some friends, and one started a thread that said, my 14-year-old daughter has asked if she could make ChatGPT her friend. What do you guys think? And one of the first questions was, well, why would she want to? To which the response was, because ChatGPT doesn't judge her. And you think about that's a 14-year-old girl saying, I don't want to be judged, and I don't think ChatGPT judges me. So that was powerful. But then the next contributor said, let me tell you a different story. My 16-year-old came home from high school the other day, and she was in a really bad mood because she had told one girl something, and that girl told another girl, and then the word spread. So she came home really disappointed, went to her room, but when she came to dinner, she was in a better mood. And the parent said, you seem to be in a better mood. You okay? And the daughter said, yeah, I am. I talked it out with ChatGPT. And the parent said, really? Well, tell me more. And she said, yeah, well, ChatGPT told me that I probably shouldn't tell one person I don't trust something who might tell somebody else. She said, it was kind of like that time I used to talk to the therapist, but I got to do it in my own bed under my covers where I felt comfortable having the conversation. This is how our teenagers are using these tools. So we're talking about regulations and barriers and guardrails and things we can put up. It's gone. And so, of course, the parent, said, well, right, that mom and dad are here, and we'd be happy to have these conversations with you. And you also know that if ChatGPT told you to jump off a bridge, right, that's probably not a good idea. And that's a scary thing, though, too, is like they're using it, they're dependent on it, they're not telling us that they're doing it. We thought social media was difficult. This is the level of engagement that it can be. Now I'm going to flip it to the side, and we hear about people with learning challenges and that. We have an instructor who was telling me a story. He was advising a student, and the student said, hey, I'm struggling with assignments in my class, like this other class. They're very complex. I'm not sure what to do with it. I have really bad ADHD, and it's just a really long assignment with a lot of details, and I don't know where to start. And so this instructor said, who's an advisor said, what about just putting it into ChatGPT and using the prompt and say, this is my assignment, what's expected of me? And it broke it down, and the individual was a lot less intimidated. But we don't realize that these are the things that when we talk about it increases accessibility, that's a way to increase accessibility. You take a complex problem and you say, okay, well, read it to me in 5th or 8th grade language. But the problem is, it's kind of like our wine glass, our red wine issue from the beginning of the day. When we used to do Google searches, Google would tell you, this answer is about 76% relevant. So take it as you will. ChatGPT says this is 100% right. This is what you asked for. I'm basically, I don't know what your problem is. You're the one with the problem. This is what a full glass of red wine looks like. No, you're not right. Do it again. Okay, well, let me give you a different one. And same result. So we have an ability to over-rely on this because of its confidence. It instills it in us. And so we're going to have to think about in our region, without the ability to set parameters, like how can we educate ourselves as users, as ethical users, the cautions, the things that if you're going to do it responsibly. Understand this, reward inquiry. Not just punish the usage in an unethical and inappropriate way. We have faculty at our place who do it really well. We have faculty at our place who are still struggling with processing and doing it that way. I had somebody say, if your only policy or approach to AI is in your student code of conduct, you've got a problem. Because that's not the only place it's used within your institution. And so we have to think about how are we leveraging this, and how are we rewarding inquiry and what we value in knowledge and thinking. So what's its role in workplace and economic development? We've had a lot of conversations about that today in the last couple of days. We're going to have to reskill and upskill at greater rates for what does it mean to be knowledgeable in your job? And we see this, in so many of our fields as it is. What does it mean to work in manufacturing? Sitting on the line, and whether you're feeding the dog and the dog's telling you not to touch the machines, or if what you're doing is you're stacking the boards as they come out of the machine, that's a lot different than now we're trying to hire people who are CNC operators. And the hard thing is it's hard to find them. Workforce, I was talking with a physician the other day who said, right now my challenge is that our provider expects me to have 1,800 to 2,000 patients as a general care provider. Said I did the math. That basically means I can spend about 40 minutes with each patient a year. And so that's at best a 40-minute physical. Heaven forbid it's somebody who has repeated issues. And so we talked in an earlier panel this morning about the ability to come with your own, not necessarily diagnosis, but let's just say understanding of your situation, where you're not as dependent on that healthcare provider who has all these pressures on themselves. So coming as an informed consumer, as an informed user, it doesn't mean that, oh my gosh, WebMD, I'm gonna self-diagnose this, but it's, I do have this understanding, and it's, so we're going to be more powerful users of this. It's also going to allow our providers to be able to do this. So the top 5 jobs for growth in the Valley in the next 5 years, number 1, not surprisingly, healthcare practitioners. Healthcare professionals. And so we're looking at 2,400 healthcare professionals in the next 5 years. Number 2 is healthcare practitioners, and it's 600. So 3,000 of the next about 4,400 jobs in the next 5 years are in the healthcare industry. And we don't get to opt out of our need for healthcare. So what we know is that there's a shortage, there's a lot of demand on these professionals, and the ability we have to come with our own set of knowledge, our own set of understanding, makes us less reliant on them. I still want to depend on my healthcare provider when I go there. I go with more confidence that I might understand, or these symptoms maybe seem connected. What do you think about these things? But I still want him to make the diagnosis, and that's where we're going to see this kind of move, is where people can become maybe resident experts, but not super experts. We'll rely on that training, and maybe that will go away sometime. That was kind of the hypothesis that we were talking a bit up here on the stage on, and we don't know the time frame for it. But it's going to have a role in these industries. AI had a role in what we call in agriculture precision farming. And farmers' abilities to increase their yield per acre. And so, it costs more to do precision farming, but they yield more. And so it's even in some of our most rudimentary, and lumber, which is a big part of our region, you better believe it's in that industry, how they can create efficiencies and figure out how to as we said with corporations a bit ago, yield profits and do things that way. So I think it's important for us to understand it lives in our economy, it lives in our workplace. Some are going to be more disrupted than others. Talked a little bit about the word relevant. I think it's going to be incumbent upon us. How do we maintain relevance as an education provider? That's the challenge, I say, is we don't know what the jobs of tomorrow are, but how are we making sure that the students we train today for those jobs tomorrow are relevant? They're walking in with workplace skills. And I'll say that it was those fundamental things we talked about earlier, those student learning outcomes is what we call them, that they're critical thinkers, that they're problem solvers, that they lead with inquiry, because those are transferable and they have a long-lasting life. So the power of regional collaboration, this is where the magic of this room and beyond comes in. And again, I have to say that I am very... I don't know where Rep. Marsh, she may have slipped out. She may still be here, but there she is. I am optimistic. The reason I'm optimistic is because we have a lot of committed people in our region who are knowledgeable and want us to be a better place. And so when I think about what's in store for us with this disruption that AI is, I would be most concerned if we had our head in the sand. If we say, for some reason, it's not going to happen to me. Somebody else, I love the question about our mature users in that, and I think that that's a great thing. What happens if, our mature users are a grandparent that the grandkids used to call every Tuesday night, and now all of a sudden they don't call you as much because they're talking to AI? And that would be a terrible thing, right? So then that interdependency on one another and say, well, you know what, that's happening to me too. So I think that need to be able to double down on relationships could not be more critical. But as a region, we have to collaborate and think about things like, how are we going to drive adoption responsibly at scale? How are we going to create a region where people who think like-minded want to be here? And so talking to Aaron earlier at lunch, and he's what I call a boomerang. He was here, he left, and we were able to bring him back. And too many communities, we have a brain drain. We lose some of our top students. They go off to university, and then the sad reality that we see is they go to university, they start a successful professional career, they're ready maybe to start a family, and then when they're ready to start a family, they're like, wow, the cost of living in this city is really kind of expensive. It'd be nice to be able to move home where the cost of living's lower. We got built-in daycare with grandparents. Wouldn't that be awesome? But guess what's not there for them? A job or an industry or a community that welcomes their skill set. And I think that that is going to be something that we have to think about moving forward, as how are we creating a region where we embrace this thinking. This summit is a perfect example of that. It brings some of our leaders in this line of thinking together, and that's what my hope, selfishly, when I look at our college and our role in it, as I've got some subject matter experts at the college, but more than anything, I hope that we get to help contribute to the convening on these ideas so that these things aren't held in isolation or in pockets, that we're setting a spotlight on them and giving them the attention that they deserve and that we need. So community-driven AI strategies. Next steps for our region. So it's going to be important for us to develop some AI education initiatives. What are some framework around it? It's not going to be an exhaustive list, but it's going to be an approach to say, what are we most intentional about? When we're intentional about things like that, it allows us to pursue things like additional grants, additional philanthropy, to figure out what resources might we point at that. One of our fatal human flaws is we often want to be all things to all people, and that is a hard task to accomplish. But if we can get and say, for right now, where we are with this approach in our region, this is what we want it to be, this is what we want it to look like for a while, we can be really intentional at forming its place in our economy, forming its place in our education environment, so we can secure those resources, so we can engage the community in discussions, workshops, forums. Part of the goal of this, and I don't want to say ours loosely because I definitely am a contributor, I definitely wasn't a planner for this, a lot of great talented folks put this together for you. But part of the goal was not to come here and say, now I know everything I need to know. It was to start conversations. And I don't know about you, but I probably had 10, 12 great conversations with folks this last couple of days that I can't wait to continue to figure out where they go. How do we get those a little more mature and those ideas thinking a bit deeper? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a call to action for you. And I'm going to say, what will you do? When you leave here today, it's easy to say, wow, I went to that summit. It was really powerful. Maybe I'll look up those, a couple of those apps or that people were referencing. Those look kind of cool. And that might be it. Maybe I will pay attention to where those workshops are, and maybe I'll go to one of those workshops. If you're thinking about doing something like that, maybe get a buddy here and say, accountability partner. This is like exercising those muscles. And so, right, the best thing we can do to hold ourselves accountable for something is say it out loud. Develop an accountability partner. So whatever you feel inspired to do after the last couple of days, hopefully it's something, make yourself accountable to it. So what will you do to grow and have a place in AI in your life or in our region? And then how can we support AI literacy innovation and inclusion. This is an example of innovation, but this is really more the societal stuff. You go to those workshops and forums that are talked about, they're going to be really isolated events to say, wow, here it is in that space. So it's kind of cafeteria style, take it or leave it. That's something I'm really interested in. That's something I'm not interested in. But the other thing is, with that, you know who the organizers are, and you may express interest and say, those are really neat topics, but what I really like to see is AI in this environment. And that's part of what I'm working on with our colleagues at the college is we're looking at AI from a kind of a three-pronged approach. We're saying, okay, what is the role of the college in supporting our teaching and learning environment? How do we make sure that our instructors have the resources they need so they can best prepare students for the next chapter? How are we making sure that students are understanding their roles and responsibilities in using a tool like this? So that's one, is the teaching and learning environment. The second one is in our operational experiences, right? We're a fast-growing college. We're really proud of that. We've got a lot of great things going on. Our people are fatigued. They can't keep up with the pace of change. So we want to look and say, how can we build efficiencies? What are some of those mundane things? How can we automate some of these things? So we're looking at how can AI support that work that we've referenced the last couple of days around taking the things you don't like away from you, and then people decide, is that found time that I get to go? I jokingly say golf. I wish I could golf more often. I don't get to. Or is that time that I'm going to spend working still, but I'm going to still work on the productive things that give me energy versus take it from me? And that's a personal answer that you answer with that. So the first one, again, is teaching and learning. Second one is the way we're doing it in operations. And the third one for us is the fun one for me is what is our role in the ongoing workforce and community education and awareness? And so while we may not be a champion in this space, maybe we will minimally be a convener and say, okay, how can we help convene within our presence in the Rogue Valley, in Ashland, in Medford, in Grants Pass, in White City, in Phoenix and Talent. So try to say where we already have an existence, and so that's a part of a role for us. So those are the three things that we're trying to look at to say that it's here. It's not going anywhere. So for our responsibility as an entity in our region, we're going to tackle it in that way. And so depending on what your roles and what your interests are, hopefully you can find a place for you too.
Okay, folks, we made it. This officially closes the Approaching AI Summit. We have now approached AI. We don't have to be intimidated anymore. Rogue Valley Metaphysical Library for the win. Now, in the words of Randy, I'm going to ask a friend to close us out. Using the personality of a gruff sea captain, please give me a clever and insightful 30-second closing to an AI summit hosted at a university.
Ahoy, crew of the AICs. We've navigated the turbulent waters of innovation and discovery. As we dock our ship, remember, the true treasure lies not in the algorithms, but in the boundless curiosity and courage to explore uncharted territories. Until we meet again on these digital waves, fair winds and following seas.
Thank you.